Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
morning, councillors. Seeing we have no mayor or deputy mayor, before we start the committee, the first task for you guys is to elect a chair for this meeting.
Can I nominate Councillor Smith as Infrastructure Chair former to assume the chair?
I'm happy to second that.
Yep.
There it. All in favour? Carried.
Well, thank you everybody and welcome to our meeting today. Before we start, I'd like to do the acknowledgement of country. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to the neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gangaloo Nation people and Barada, Kalabara, Yetamala people, and also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose land is in the Torres Strait but who live and work on Aboriginal land. So apologies and leave of absence. Our Mayor has tendered his apology, and also Councillor Rutherford, and I think Councillor Fisher is on Teams. Apologies don't have to be moved and seconded, I don't think, do they? So would someone like to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting that was held on the 15th of March 22? Councillor Latcham moved, Councillor Kirkland seconded. All those in favour? Thanks, that's carried. Declarations of interest and matters on the agenda. So Councillor Fisher has informed the meeting, he wants to inform the meeting that he has a declarable conflict of interest, item 8.1, Rockhampton Airport Levy Feasibility Study. This declarable conflict of interest arises, as with anything dealing with the general aviation area of Rockhampton Airport. Also, he is a member of Peace Christian Church, which operate a hangar. Peace Aviation at Rockhampton Airport, and his wife Cherie Fisher is also an administrator for Peace Christian Church. Councillor Fisher will deal with this conflict by staying away from the place where the meeting is being held, which is on Teams, while this matter is being discussed. And I'd like to declare as well that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.1, Rockhampton Airport Levy Feasibility Study. This declarable interest arises as my niece Jacqueline Liebisch and her husband Ross Liebisch own properties at 48 Hunter Street and 60 Hunter Street. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is being discussed and voted on. But also, I've got a conflict with 8.3, the Mount Morgan Rail Trail, second round of consultation. This prescribed conflict of interest arises as my brother John McAvoy owns land at 148 Cabra Road that adjoins the proposed rail trail, and I'll deal with that conflict by leaving the room and staying away from the place where the meeting is being held when this matter is being discussed and voted on. Also, 8.4, Capital Project Report, Mount Morgan Water Security. This prescribed conflict of interest arises as my nephew Adam McAvoy is a partner in MTC Industries, who have commenced a contract with FRW to cart potable drinking water to Mount Morgan, and my brother John McAvoy is employed by MTC to drive the water tanker. I will deal with this conflict by leaving the room and staying away from the place where the matter is being discussed and voted on. So when I'm gone, someone else just takes over the meeting? Not when I'm...
Yes.
Yeah, so when I leave the room, you can just elect someone else to chair just for that item. So, business outstanding, that's a separate, hang on, I'll just get my agenda up. That's a separate report, isn't it? Yeah, we have a separate report somewhere with the business outstanding, so there's nil for this meeting. Public forums and deputations is nil. Officers' reports, and this is the 8.1, so I need to leave the room, and I presume we elect somebody now to chair this one.
Yes, Latcham. Madam Chair, can I nominate Councillor Latcham?
Councillor Latcham?
Yeah. Related to
Does that have to be seconded? Seconded, Councillor Kirkland. All those in favour? Thanks.
We,
Yeah, he's Deputy Chair of Infrastructure, yeah. So that should be
Councillor Smith, I'd suggest you might take your computer because I think this little presentation is going to take a little while.
yes. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to take my computer.
Yeah.
I'll turn that off.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, we've got Martin for the Rockhampton Airport Levy feasibility study.
thanks, Councillor Latcham. Morning, councillors. This morning we're looking to present to council an overview of what's been happening with the Rockhampton Airport Levy feasibility study. Councillors will be aware or recall that some time ago, over 12 months ago now, we appointed a consultancy firm, GH&D, to undertake this feasibility study. This study's been undertaken under an internal project control group, of which myself has been the project director and Manisha Prasad has been our project manager. The intent of today's presentation is just really to provide information on what's been happening in that project and where we are at as we're now nearing completion of the project. What I'm not looking for today is a decision as to where to from here. This is really about information. My intention is then to provide a number of documents for council to mull over the next, whether it's 4, 6, 8 weeks, however we need, because it's quite a detailed project. And then possibly in May or June, then come back to the council table with the business case and seek some direction as how council want to move forward with this particular project. So it's really about information today, and obviously we're happy to take questions. Online with us today we have 3 members of the consultancy group, GH&D. We have Mr John Pollen, who's the project director for GH&D. We have Matt Box, who is the project manager, and we have Jack Gaffar, who was the technical lead. With your permission, Councillor Latcham, I may now just hand over to John Pollen from GH&D to take us through the presentation. Over to you, John.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks for having us, everyone. Matt, would you like to share the presentation? I'll just go through the introductions and cut over to you at the background and context part.
Yep, I'll just share my screen now. Can everyone see the screen?
All right, thanks very much for having us. As Martin outlined, online we have Matt Box and Jack Gaffar. Matt, the project manager, myself, the project director, and Jack, the technical lead for the Levy project. Next slide, please, Matt. So through this presentation today, we'll go through welcome and introductions, background and context of the Levy project. Phase 1 and 2 development. There's 4 phases of the project. Phase 3, which is the preliminary design. Phase 4, which is a preliminary business case, and then at the end we'll have some time for questions. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
So look, Martin's covered most of it. from council side, he was the project director, and Manisha the project manager, and we've outlined who we are at GHD.
Look, thanks a lot, John. I'll present from here. Firstly, good to see everyone and to talk to everyone. This has been a really exciting project to be a part of, and we're really excited to have worked with Rockhampton Regional Council to go on this journey, and it's been a long and enjoyable journey with a lot of critical aspects to it. But as probably everybody is already aware, the Rockhampton Airport is a critical piece of infrastructure in regional central Queensland. It's used for both domestic and international airlines. It has total assets of approximately $150 million replacement. It's a service base for the Flying Doctor Service and RACQ. It provides a gateway to central Queensland with greater than 24,000 aircraft movements. So it's a really key piece of infrastructure. And what we've been going through on this journey is, look, how do we protect this infrastructure? Economic Direction Statement Queensland Airports has identified it as an airport of economic significance. So this is really the live hub of the area. And there's also continued growth in the airport. There's a terminal enhancement, defence precinct development, freight facilities development, and a Central Queensland Regional Plan. I'll just go through to the next slide as well too. Basically, this comes back to what happens when this significant piece of infrastructure is affected by flooding. Floodings have been affecting the heights greater than 8 meters AHD. Since 1918, there have been at least 15 flooding events. The cause of this flooding, as everyone is aware, is inundation from the Fitzroy River, and this causes significant damage to people and property in the area. From this picture here, you can see, like, it's really quite dramatic, the extent of the flooding and the airport there as well too. It results in closure to the airport, inundation of the highways, the Capricorn Highway, the North Coast Rail Line, and it's primarily due to the Fitzroy. The economic impact of closure of Rockhampton's Transport Corridor during the 2011 floods was estimated to be a total more than $80 million, with closures costing the city economically approximately $35 million, and the wider Queensland economy a further $47 million. This is a few more good pictures of, look, what exactly happens there, and it makes it really dramatic, like what happened, like the effect of flooding from the Fitzroy. During this event, the 2011, it was closed for 3 weeks. The highway was closed for 13 days, and we had isolation of the community. As you can see here, the pink outline there is the Rockhampton Airport, and this just shows from north to south the impact of the Fitzroy River and flooding in this area. The next slide will show the 1 in 100 year flooding event, and as you can see, it's still, Rockhampton's fine, the city, but everything around it is covered in water, as you probably are aware. So I guess this begins on the beginning of the journey that we had with Rockhampton Regional Council. A service needs assessment was undertaken to gain an understanding of the need for the project, along with the structured analysis of potential solutions and benefits that would result from addressing problems identified. From that, an investment logic mapping workshop was held with a cross-section of stakeholders to define the problem and opportunities, identify expected benefits, and explore a range of strategic responses that could be considered to address the service needs. Now, from this investment map, we're looking at business continuity as primary importance, emergency response, isolation, supply chain, and it all comes back down to flooding. The IML process robust discussion that we had with Council to think up front and focus on ways to address this problem. The ILM helps test and confirm that the rationale for the proposed investment is evidence-based and sufficiently compelling to demonstrate investment merit and to form development and assessment of potential options. Just go on to the next one. This slide, we have a problem. So periodic flooding of the Rockhampton Airport is impacting airport operations, limiting economic development and reducing community resilience in disasters. Now from that we go through our benefits and response and then solutions categories. So obviously economic growth is unlocked, airport precinct investment and economic growth, increased community resilience in natural disasters 20%, and more efficient airport and defence operations 40%. So they're all weighted. And we get to the end where, look, what are we going to do about this? And what we've identified through this process is undertake waterway or floodplain modifications, construct new levee around the airport precinct, raise the runway height, and reallocate airport to an alternative location. So everything was on the table, and then from that, it was determined that a levee option protecting the airport would be the best option for this. Just to rehash the problem statement, is periodic flooding of the airport, impact operations, economic development, and community resilience. I'll just move on to the next slide here. So the Rockhampton Levee project objectives is to provide safe, efficient airport operations in compliance with aviation legislation, minimise closure times of the airport and surrounding business precinct during flood events, increase the resilience of the Rockhampton Airport to future flood events, and incorporate adaptive design features to ensure levee stability, functionality, and service level in current and future climate conditions. Reduce the cost of responses as well too, and minimise adverse impacts on local economies. So there's quite a lot to unpack there, but that's, I guess, what this demonstrates is that there's a level of importance with this, and that it must be analysed in great detail to understand, look, what are the steps that we're doing, and what is the most economic and beneficial way moving forward. And the way that we did that was through these project phases with Rockhampton Regional Council. So firstly, phase 1, preliminary levy options development and assessment. So going through there, doing our research, environmental overviews, geotechnical investigations, hydrological and hydraulic assessments, incorporating comments from the council, our peer reviewers, AECOM, and then moving to the next phase, which is shortlisting the levy alignment and concept options for development, costing up these options, and reporting on them so that we can go into the third and fourth stage, which is the preliminary design, having something that's robust enough to provide a cost to, and then have that as the backbone of a preliminary business case. So I'll just hand over to John now to talk about the phase 1 and 2 levy alignment and concept options development, which is the beginning part of the journey.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, John.
Look, just Matt, I don't know if you could just change your screen so it's in presentation mode. I think we're showing the slides in the next slide there.
Oh, okay, sorry, apologies.
You're right there, or?
Yep, just bear with me 1 second. Display settings. Looks like it might be frozen.
There we are. Thanks, Matt.
No worries.
Just go back to the top. Okay, so I'm here to talk about phase 1 and 2, the first initial phases of the project. First of all, I'd just like to say that Rockhampton Council did a fantastic job in developing the brief and the framework that we've followed to get where we are. First of it was phase 1 and 2, through to phase 3 and 4. So just want to give credit there with the structure of the project developed by Council. So essentially in phase 1, was the initial levy options assessment, the long list. And as you see in the image on the right, we're trying to get from a large amount of options, levy options, down to the preferred options to be taken forward through to the detailed business case. So phase 1 involved a review and confirmation of the long list of levy options. The options were about 10 in total that we evaluated. 4 of them were based on Aurecon's initial 2011 flood study just after the big event there. 2 were agreed with Council, and then were alternate options agreed with Council, and 4 were some supplementary options that GHD threw in to the mix as well. The review and assessment alignments was done in consideration of key criteria that was used in a MCA, a multi-criteria assessment, to determine the preferred options to progress from phase 1 to phase 2. So in phase 2, as you'll see, we narrowed 10 options down to 4 for further analysis of infrastructure requirements. This included another multi-criteria assessment to determine the preferred options, which were going to be 2 after that. And that was based on detailed, or progressively detailed technical assessments. Thanks, Matt.
Sorry, John, one sec.
Okay, so the 10 initial options, which I'll show you on the next page, were developed through consideration of the extent of the Rockhampton Airport precinct and some surrounding community to be protected, existing property ownerships and land constraints, topographic features, including existing ground elevations, locations, creek banks, wetlands, etc., existing infrastructure, including roads, buildings, drainage, etc., environmental and cultural heritage constraints, the available geotechnical information from a desktop study during phase 1, hydrologic and hydraulic analysis, preliminary quantity and cost estimates, and associated regional infrastructure such as the Capricorn Highway duplication and the Rockhampton Ring Road. So here on this page, you have sort of a overview of the options analysed. You'll see there's an option that goes round, a pink option that goes right round the entire Rockhampton Airport precinct. There were options that include both the cross runway and the main runway. There's options that include only the main runway and not the cross runway. There's options that include the protection of the residents along Lion Creek all the way up to the Fitzroy River. There were options that included not only they included only a shortened main runway with a displaced threshold, which I'll discuss shortly. So there's many different types of options that we went through, and to get through to the final 2. We go on to the next, Matt. Okay, so one key consideration with respect to the options throughout the project was airport operations, specifically the removal of the cross runway on some options, and also the shortening of the main runway on other options. So with respect to airport operations, the main runway has a 99.6% availability with respect to crosswinds up to 15.9 knots for RPT, which is suitable for regular public transport aircraft, as well as defence and RFDS using that main runway. So essentially, removal of the cross runway or cutting off of the cross runway with the levee alignments wasn't considered a huge issue. However, the options regarding shortening of the main runway did require careful consideration. We've just got an image there showing how the main runway will be shortened, or is proposed to be shortened under some options proposed, whereas a temporary levee is installed just south of Lion Creek, and a displaced threshold is implemented at the turning node south of Lion Creek. It's our understanding that that displaced threshold has been used before. The design of these levee options considers a RESA, runway end safety area, of appropriate length, and considers essentially roughly about a runway length of 1,928 metres. This does have an impact on airport operations, particularly with respect to the Boeing aircraft you see on the screen there, the 717, 737s, and as well as the military aircraft. However, all of those aircraft are understood to be able to be are understood that they can land under these conditions, albeit with a lighter payload or special conditions. I understand that 737s have landed on that runway using a displaced threshold in the past, and also they regularly land in Gladstone, which has a airport length of 1,920 metres, or a runway length of 1,920 metres. So that's how we assess the displaced threshold. It's obviously a reduction in a reduction or a restriction to the operations of the airport, but from the analysis and investigation, it was determined that the airport could operate with this displaced threshold in place. Thanks, Matt. All right, in phase one, or in phase one and phase two, we did detailed geotechnical assessments. Phase one, we did electromagnetic surveys and seismic refraction tomography, followed by phase two, where we did nine geotechnical boreholes, 8 test pits, and a detailed laboratory investigation. The results of the survey generally confirmed that the materials encountered comprised of embedded sands and clays, typical of alluvial profiles. There were parts identified where deep sheet piles would be required, up to 30 metres. I think this same issue had been encountered in the South Rockhampton flood levee as well. So the geotechnical investigation in this phase fed into the MCA of the options. So we're showing the MCA framework here. Quite a detailed MCA. We had 5 themes: constructability, flood impacts, social impacts, environment and cultural heritage, and economics. Each of these themes had then again a further layer down with criteria, which weighting was assessed and agreed with council. The initial weighting of the criteria was done through a pairwise comparison method, and then those weightings were tweaked after discussion with stakeholders. So after phase one, where we had those 10 options evaluated, we came to 4 preferred options. Well, I don't think they're preferred, they're shortlisted options at this stage. For the levee, you'll see on the screen there, option 2A, which considers the entire runway length, but without the cross runway, and with the alignment terminating in the defence area there in the Western Street Barracks. Option 3A, which was similar to option 2A, except considered a displaced threshold and a shortened main runway. Option 6A also considered the shortened main runway, but protection of the buildings along, or the residential area along Lion Creek all the way up to the Fitzroy River. And option 10A considered protection of the entirety of the main runway and interface with the Rockhampton Ring Road all the way up to the northern boundary of the defence precinct. Okay, so based on the MCA analysis that we undertook, option 3A and 10A were determined as the preferred options from the phase 2 assessment and were later included in the phase 3 analysis. Key findings included 3A, option 3A and option 10 align well with the strategic objectives of council and the project, facilitating the airport's objective of a Commonwealth designated airport of strategic importance and enabling defence services as per the economic direction statement. 3A had the lowest tangible costs. As you can see, it's essentially a shorter levy, whilst 10A scored high on the economics theme of our preliminary economics evaluation. Option 3A and 10A both ranked high in terms of constructability, avoiding the deep-seated sands that we talked about earlier. Option 10 ranked first in flood impact theme, with the lowest flood impact to the Department of Defence infrastructure and airport infrastructure operations. 3A and 10, option 3A and option 10 ranked first and second on the social impacts theme, meaning there would be relatively low impacts to amenity and high alignment with stakeholder and community expectations.
Thanks a lot, John. Bear with me a second. I'll just change back to the view. So look, as John was describing earlier, we were shortlisted down to two options, 3A and 10, and this just shows them both. As John described, we've got option 10, which is the large one encompassing the airport, and then option 3A, which is the shorter one. I'll just go through the details now. So each of these levy options consisted of a number of components. We had permanent levy types, which are embankments, embankments with sheet pile cutoff and sheet pile walls. We had temporary levies types. So across the runway, there was a slab cutoff and demountable wall there, and the road crossing as well too. The levy drain structures as well. There's inside the levy, during the regional flood event, there'll be drainage in the levy, drainage from north to south, and that would be drained to a pump station and pumped outside of the levy during these events. And the Lion Creek gated drain structure. There's this, and we have a spillway as well too. I'll just go through a couple of the levies that we have here. So these are the permanent levies. Across section 3, on the left side, you'll have the flooding event. So the flying flood event being the 1% AEP, and then the levy there, that's the typical top one. And then the section down below is the type 2 levy wall embankment. With the temporary structures, there's a crossing along the runway. There's a few good pictures in here as well too, which we'll show. So through the embankment, you have a levy that comes out and will be a temporary levy. So the planes can operate normally, and then when there's a flood event, they're activated and closed down. And that'll be through an operations maintenance manual and an emergency response manual detailing when and how those temporary levies are activated and what people do within the airport. This is some good pictures of the temporary levies. Temporary levy 1 up the top, and number 2 at the bottom. Just to give an idea, obviously they'll be a lot different to the ones at the airport, but it's just good to have a visual representation of what's available out there. So again, just really going through the options. So working from the top, we have the temporary levy, a concrete T-wall, a temporary levy concrete slab along the airport, a pump station you can see on the right-hand side with a culvert structure. So they're quite similar, these options. Obviously, this one, option 10, being the larger one, and has the drain structure integrated through Lion Creek, which is a concrete structure there, located on the left-hand side. Again, there's no temporary levee across the runway, but there is a drain structure through Lion Creek and then a temporary levee at the road on the southern side. And again, both options have a pump station and culvert structure located there. To give an indication of the cross drainage is the Lion Creek hydraulic structure cross section, again showing a pipe underneath the earth embankment, and then for entrance as well, there's a spillway cross section. This is, I guess, there's a number of purposes for the spillway, and one of them is to give an indication of when the levee embankment is about to overtop. This will be at that point where it will overtop. So it's a visual cue to understand what things like water has overtopped the levee and is draining to the pump station. But will also trigger a number of responses in a theoretical emergency response plan. The final big structure here is the pump station located on the southern end of the airport. It's been sized to accommodate 18 meters cubed per second, so they're quite large pumps. The internal drainage will drain, the existing culvert structure will close, and all the water will be pumped out over the levee, so maintaining a dry levee inside and pumping outside through that way. Part of what we did in the design process is go through a failure modes of what would happen in a flooding event and how do we design against this, and then incorporate those changes into the design as well. So I thought these pictures would be quite useful to demonstrate. We've constructed a levee, what would happen if there was overtopping, real issues that can happen in these events, external erosion, piping through the levee as well too. Again, these levees are serious structures that need to be considered from geotechnical and structural components, and if not done properly, you'll get what you see in these pictures here. Slope instability as well, again, to be considered. Structural failure, the implication again being that there'll be damage to life and property. Settlement, and all of those issues were incorporated into our structural design and how to make this levee resilient in all these conditions. This is a good image now to show the flood inundation maps for 3A during the 1 in 100 year ARI. And what you can see here is the green component of the airport protected by the levee and the impacts of water, so the afflux, so the increase in water outside. The red obviously being the higher areas between 0.5 meter and then going out to 10 centimeters out in the orange and the yellow. So having the levee in there will have protection of the airport, but it also impacts to local people as well. And this is for option 10 and the baseline again. And you can see again, the airport is projected there and the different depths that this causes in the regional flood event. I'll just hand over to John to start with the preliminary business case discussion, and then John will hand over back to me. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so the outcome of the preliminary design developed during phase 3 was then fed into the preliminary business case, which is phase 4. That included all of the criteria developed in the MCA process, as well as the cost estimates. The benefits of the project identified in the business case, including unlocking of economic growth, the greater economic growth and development as a result of continued airport operations. That would result in further investment in the airport precinct, growth in higher value products, tourism, and the mining sector. Opportunities for new and existing infrastructure would be leveraged. increase in a number of businesses and other workers travelling through Rockhampton Airport. The second benefit was increased to community resilience to natural disasters, which would provide flood mitigation strategies for Rockhampton, increasing the ability of the region to defend itself against flooding events and reduce social impacts should the flood occur. The KPIs and associated with that were the reduction in costs of disaster recovery, improved disaster recovery timeframes, and improved public perception of responsiveness. The third benefit was more efficient airport and defence operations, providing flood resilience to the Rockhampton Airport precinct would further allow defence operations to operate year-round as well as RPT flights. The KPIs would be continuity of public air services, continuity of reliability of defence air and land operations, and improved health outcomes. So the social impacts were evaluated in the business case with key stakeholders identified with respect to their importance and impact. So on the right we have a figure showing the key stakeholders in the centre gradually getting, with the circles getting larger, to the more peripheral stakeholders. The negative social impacts that were identified included potential to create conflict between members of the community in favour of or opposed to the project. Acquisition of private property may be perceived poorly by the community and the media. Indirect afflux area that would have an increase of water inundation due to the levy may inundate heritage sites, as well as having additional impacts to the wider community and some residents that previously did not have a flood risk. And biodiversity impacts of clearing vegetation to accommodate levy infrastructure. So we undertook an environmental assessment, and Matt, perhaps we can just go through to the next slide so they can see the visual there. So we did some mapping over the levy alignment options. We started this at phase 1 and continued all the way through to phase 4. This map here you'll see is option 3, not option 3A. Option 3A cut through the centre of the defence land. This option 3 went around. Oh, there we go, better on the following slide. We've identified areas of cultural importance, riverways, native title claims, etc. And you'll see that levy option 3A has been determined to have the least impact on environmental values than option 10. The levy has reduced impacts on Lion Creek and Lotus Lagoons, as well as native vegetation and fish passage, and avoids residential areas to the east of the airport. Levy option 10 provides for an increased flood immunity, however presents a greater risk to environmental values, including biodiversity, waterways and cultural heritage. Impacts to native vegetation, fish passage, waterways and wetlands are anticipated to be greater from 10 than option 3. There's likely to be additional approvals and constraints associated with option 10. Thanks, Matt.
And thanks a lot, John. I might take over with the economic assessment. So we, based on our preliminary designs, bill of quantities and everything, we worked out turnout costs for each of the options. Option A, 3A, had a P50 of 76 million, and option 10 had a P50 of 125 million. Based on these inputs, there was also operating costs that were assumed, with 3A having an operation cost of 17.1 million and option 10 having an operation cost of 29.5 million. And to put that in perspective, over 50 years, council would have to pay 94 million for option 3A and 155 million for option 10 respectively. What we did with that information is do an economic and financial assessment and worked out the benefit cost ratio for each of these options. And we worked out for option 3A, the BCR was 0.28 and for option 10 was 0.22. Now, looking at those values, they're quite low for benefit cost, and you would have to consider these options in light of other elements as well too. More, I guess, to add more complexity to it is option 3A is estimated to increase total economic output of Rockhampton by 200 million over the first 10-year period. This would have, from direct expansion of the economy, flow on supply effects in terms of local purchases and services are anticipated, and these would result in further increases of 76 million and 60 million more paid in wages and salaries. 3A is expected to support 226 full-time employees through 2 years of its construction. So there's other benefits besides the benefit to cost ratio. Option 10 is estimated to increase total economic output of Rockhampton region by 330 million over the first 10-year period. And again, during construction, there's 374 full-time employees throughout the 2-year life of that construction period. So I guess what we're trying to say here is that the BCR is low, and by itself, you would think, well, that's a pretty risky proposition. However, there are intangible benefits as well that we weren't able to cost that should be considered with this type of development. For the three that we've identified is government policy whereby Rockhampton Airport achieves the standard required to meet the objectives of the Commonwealth designated airport of strategic importance as an alternative international airport and function as an airport of economic significance to enable defence services as per the economic direction statement for Queensland airports. The broader implications, benefits of the Rockhampton region with intangible benefits such as social well-being, ongoing defence operations, the catalytic effect of the project will contribute to the community uplift, improve reputation of the region, and enable major economic developments through tourism and other industries. In a wider point of view, the benefits of the preferred options will create additional jobs for both options, although in the short term and in the long term as well. So looking at the benefit cost ratio by itself is probably limited, and there's a discussion or further analysis to be undertaken about the benefits of these options. So to reiterate what we've discussed, there's defence ability to operate, urban renewal opportunities, improved social well-being, psychological, social, employment-related benefits, emergency benefits, and the catalytic effect of the project as well. I'm not sure how we're going for time, but I think we're near the end of our slideshow, so it's probably a good time to ask if there's any questions. It's been a barrage of slides by presentation, so hopefully everyone's still awake. I'd like to open the floor up to any questions that any people may have.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the, the information. We do have questions. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Matt. A couple of questions, Matt. Pardon me. Where the ring road is part of the proposal, going through Wandle, is that a raised section of the ring road? And if it is, do we need to get in fairly quickly with TMR to make sure that that construction site will still act as a levy bank? If that makes sense.
It is, yeah. We had early conversations with TMR about this, and that's one of the areas that needs to be resolved as well too, about the connection with the ring road and how that's going to operate.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the raised section of the ring road, there's also a gated structure that requires to go across Lion Creek, so there'll need to be an integration of that structure crossing the creek.
Okay, no, thank you. And the second question is with the estimated economic benefits, and it varied from model to model. In that 10-year period, did you make an assumption about how many times on average the airport might be closed? I imagine there would only be an economic benefit when we stop the airport from being closed. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that is correct. There's a base case for the costs associated with the closures and the impact of the cost and construction of the airport and the benefits of that. That's correct, yeah.
So how many flood events did you estimate in that 10-year period to calculate out the benefit?
I don't have it in front of me. I'd have to go back to find that exact number.
Yep. Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Mathers?
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. Just through you to, I gather, Matt, if that's all right. Matt, in regards to, thanks very much for the presentation. There's a lot of detail in there, and it's obviously an exciting project. There's just a couple of questions or concerns I have in regards to, I look at the size of this project, and I wonder, if we are going to go ahead with something like this, is there much point in putting a levy there and cutting the runway short for the simple reason that I look at, I see that, some of the planes can still land, but they might have to be carrying less weight, less load. Whereas if we do want to look at this as being potential for an international airport or also military use, those planes are coming in very heavily loaded. So I see there's a considerable difference in cost. But if we're going to this effort, time and that sort of stuff, I wonder whether we shouldn't be looking at leaving the entire runway open. The other question I had was in regards to putting the temporary levy in there where the cross runway is. The issue I have with that is that's obviously our weakest point of something going wrong. If something goes wrong with that temporary levy, there's a lot more chance of something going wrong with the temporary levy. Is there much more cost, or are the costs significantly more for us to completely put a levy right around that cross runway as well?
I can handle that if you like, Matt. Thanks for the question. So, yeah, look, there are two options on the table as the outcome of this assessment. One has the entirety of the main runway, and the other one is a shortened main runway. With respect to benefits, and specifically untangible benefits, the option 10 that links that encompasses the entirety of the main runway and links to the northern part of the defence precinct is highly desirable from an untangible perspective with regards to creating a link from the defence precinct directly to the Rockhampton Ring Road, in addition to keeping the entirety of the runway open. That option considers raising of the ring road in parts that are not currently considered to be raised under the current proposal by TMR. So, for example, just at the northern end of the defence precinct would be inundated, and during the 100-year event, without the levy, the defence would not be able to access the runway, the ring road from that area. However, with option 10 raising that ring road section all the way to the defence precinct, that would allow them to gain access to the ring road and hence get north and south of Rockhampton very quickly. And with respect to the option 10 is a good option, and it does, as you said, allow for international operations. You wouldn't get an A380 on the shortened runway, that's for sure. But the option 3A with the shortened runway provides an alternative, which is a lower capital cost, has less impact on the environment, but can still operate RPT flights and as well as defence flights during the flood. And the second question, could you please remind me? It was about
no problem there. Look, thanks for that explanation. I did understand that option 10 gave us that option, but I just sort of figure it's during it's going to be during these natural disaster times that we may need to be flying military aircraft in with equipment or whatever it may be, and to have the option of having that longer runway and not have to worry about the extra weight they might be carrying might be an option, and also it makes it more appealing for the military as well if they can still have the access north and south. So that's appealing to me. The other one was, the cost, the difference in cost. My concern is that the temporary barrier that we'd put in there across the cross runway, to me, looking at it, that would be the weakest point of failure. So I'm just wondering what the difference would be in cost if we actually put a solid levy or a permanent levy around the cross runway as well.
Okay, I can get, if I can take that difference in cost on notice, we did do an estimate of the 10 options in phase 1, and in phase 1, all of the options carried forward to phase 2 did not consider the cross runway. As I described in the presentation, the main reason is that the main runway has a 99% availability to all critical aircraft such as RPT and including RFDS, which was also very important. And in addition to that, to the cost, which I can get later on notice, the cross runway has significantly greater impacts of if we protect the cross runway, it has a significantly greater impact on afflux. So the surrounding areas will be inundated significantly greater amounts.
Okay, thanks very much for that information, because that's what I was trying to figure out. Look, I understand we don't really need the cross runway as such. I just look at it as being, the possibility of maybe that temporary barrier being a weak point for the levy was my only concern. But I certainly don't want you going to any effort to, recost that or anything. I was just wondering what the mindset was behind that and why that was put to one side and these other options. So I understand where you're coming from there. You're obviously relatively, I understand everything has a potential for failure, but you're obviously pretty confident with those temporary barriers that they're using around the place?
Yeah, they have been used before successfully in levies, and I do know, having lived in Rockhampton, that the council is very efficient when it comes to a flood. So there would be training required and quality control to make sure those levies are installed correctly, but if they are done correctly, then we shouldn't have any problems.
All right, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Before I hand it back to the Mayor, and Councillor Kirkland, before she has her question, Martin, would you have anything to add?
Thanks, Councillor Latcham. Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of comments. One was in relation to the debate about the long runway option versus the short runway option. The airport management are very strongly in favour of the long runway option, principally based on the same sort of things that you were enunciating, Councillor Mathers. It is less restrictive to their future operations and operations as an international airport. So that is certainly their strong preference, but it comes with a price tag and it comes with environmental, and that's probably why we still wanted to keep the short runway in there as a decision point for council to make once we provide a bit further information, because we've hit you fairly hard this morning with a heap of information. I don't expect that you're going to leave here with a full appreciation of the project, so we will make those slides available and a number of reports that will provide hopefully a number of answers. And certainly the cross runway was ruled out fairly early, because having that arm, that cross runway that runs perpendicular to the flow, was just killing us in afflux. It was just holding back heaps of water. So that's why that got discounted fairly early in the piece. And temporary levy across the cross runway is not seen as an impediment. Obviously the airport management still were a little bit concerned about having a similar temporary type arrangement across the main runway. There's operational things that need to be addressed with that, and even future overlays of the airport. When we go and put another layer of asphalt on it, how are we going to adjust the footing? Now, GH&D have worked through those issues and have come up with solutions which we believe will work, but they are some of the airport's concerns.
Thanks, Martin. I'll hand back to Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Latcham. And councillors, my apologies for not being here for the kick-off of the meeting. Doctors, and they just can't wait, and getting an appointment was the hard part about that, but my apologies again, and sorry for coming in on the tail of it. I've got a few more questions that lights are on, so I'll go to those, and then I have a couple I'll throw out there as well. Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for a very comprehensive overview of the work that you have done and where your recommendations lie. And during the presentation, I noted that you commented on a number of things such as what Martin has already just spoken about with mitigating different aspects of the design proposals. Can I go back to settlement? That was one of the things that you said that you had accounted for and spoke about mitigation of. We build these levies, and then over a period of time there's obviously different things that can happen. And in Rockhampton, I would imagine that settlement is going to be one of those. What was your thought around that and your mitigation measures that you'd considered?
So settlement was considered in the report. I haven't got the exact number, but it wasn't considered to be significant. With respect to the services that go through the levy being impacted by settlement, we've proposed flexible connections and mediation measures for those services. And I think that from recollection, Matt, I don't know if you got on hand, the settlement was 200 mil or so.
I think it was a lot less than that. It was 50 mil.
50 mil.
I'm just thinking of the pump station. We've also got Jack Cafoe on the line. Jack, did you want to provide any comments on settlement?
Yeah, sure. Look, if I can add anything to that, I think we found it generally across the site, it was generally a low risk. There were some areas where we'd identified possibly up to, I think, 50 mil was the maximum number. Particularly Lion Creek structures that go through there may be some ground treatment required in order to reduce that long-term settlement. So I think generally, we've identified the key areas where we think there might be a high risk, but generally the levy alignments for both options were not of significant impacts there from settlement.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, the reason I asked that question is I don't think there's one person across Rockhampton that hasn't experienced the result of settlement in structures that they've built over the time, including our roads. It's a constant thing. So that for me was a highlight to just try and make sure that that had been addressed. I'm assuming that over the life of when we talk about maintenance and management of the levies, that aspect of it is investigated in the areas that you would have expected that 50 mil movement.
Yeah, that's correct, and all that information is detailed in the draft operation maintenance manual that we've created as well to deal exactly with that.
In addition, the levy has been provided with a 600 mil freeboard, so 600 mil above the 100-year event.
Excellent. Thanks, gentlemen. Really good report. I look forward to having that unpacked over the coming weeks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just a statement, actually, Graham, thanks very much in regards to you're talking about that AFLAX where we're talking about the cross runway, because we have to remind ourselves that's not just inundation, that's just of water that's sitting there. That's actually a real strong, that's a lot of moving water that runs through there, isn't there? It gets quite a flow through the back of the airport when it floods.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Mather. I can't remember the exact split, but if we're talking about 17,000 cumecs in a flood, I think 8.5 goes down the main stream and 7.5 goes around the back. So yeah, it's almost a 50-50 split once we get into those sort of major floods.
Thanks. Probably just a question, I'm not sure who can answer it for me though, but just taking into consideration that these figures would all been done on the Ring Road project and the modelling that they have. Subsequent question though is on the was dry now wet maps. I just couldn't see them on my resolution on the laptop that I had, and I just wanted to check on those if I could. Probably the second last map, I think it was, or the last two had the green was was wet, now dry, and then the one before, I'm not sure what the colour is or how that picks up on my...
The AFLAX maps, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Is that corridor going south from the bottom of the airport, is it?
Sorry.
Heading towards Gracemere, sorry, from the base of the airport there, it's, I'm just not sure of the colour that it's coming up on there.
Oh, okay, that is, it's 0.25 to 0.01 impact there.
Yeah, so is that at the southern end of the green, the runway?
That's correct. Yep,
Is that
that's correct.
corridor that goes across through to Gracemere there, that's basically all paddocks anyway?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, okay, right.
Through the chair, if I could just add, when you get down to that southern end in that bluey grey type colour, it's essentially considered no impact. So
No impact.
all your impact is really above. You have a little bit of impact right on the southern end of the it's actually a beneficial impact on the southern end of the airport. Everything sort of above, around that the cross runway end and above is where water's held back. And obviously option 3A probably causes more afflux issues from an urban environment point of view than option 10.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm picking up on the end of the deputation and the report, Councillor. So, no, that was probably one of the questions that I'd had there. But the other one was it was done with TMR modelling that came through from there. So, thank you. Further question, Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. That last image that came up showed the South Rockhampton levy also in place. If that were not to go ahead, does that have any impact on the airport levy, probably through to Martin?
We chose to leave the South Rocky flood levy in the base case in this instance because it provides, I suppose, the more conservative view, whereas the South Rocky flood levy causes a minor afflux back into the airport precinct. Okay. So it's that case showing the worst case.
Yep, okay.
It would be a better outcome, but only marginally.
Yep.
I think if we took the South Rocky flood levy out of it.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And the second one, Mr Mayor, I think there was a figure of around about $30 million for ongoing operational costs. Was that over 10 years? And if so, $3 million a year seems nearly 3 times what the South Rocky levy.
No, I believe that was over 50 years.
Over 50 years? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was about 600,000 a year.
Okay, now that makes more sense because this is significantly shorter and fewer pump stations and whatever, so that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay then, I think that wraps up all the questions there, councillors. There's no further questions. I'd like to seek a mover and a seconder with the committee recommendation that the report be received, the airport feasibility study presentation be received. Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Latcham. Put that, those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much. We'll invite Councillor Smith back into the room and Councillor Fisher, is he on? Fisher back online too, okay. We just need to get Councillor Fisher on the... Okay. Do we need to... Just waiting on Councillor Fisher, or we'll continue and... We'll, save everyone waiting. We might press on with the meeting, councillors, and Councillor Fisher can dial in when he's got an opportunity. So we move on to item 8.2, the walking and cycling strategy, and ask Stu to present that report. Thank you.
turn that on, that might help. Seek that out to consultation to get the community's feedback on that strategy. But just to take a step back, I suppose, the strategy is set over a 10-year period with initiatives and projects undertaken to achieve a goal, I suppose, of getting more people to walk and cycle in the Rockhampton region. So there were 5 priorities that were identified, and they are sort of the broad headings under which there are several other objectives and actions that form in the strategy itself. But broadly, they are encouraging walking and cycling, planning walking and cycling communities, developing safe and connected networks, developing comfortable and accessible networks, and then easy access to information. So over the process of developing this strategy, there have been several workshops with Council, some initial rounds of consultation, and then the latest subsequent round of consultation, which was in November to December last year. So that was provided, the draft strategy was provided online, and there was public consultation through the Engage website, several media releases and social media, letters to people who had previously participated in the walking and cycling surveys or participated in workshops, and letters to specific stakeholder groups as well that were previously included throughout the strategy process. So Council received a total of 52 respondents providing feedback on the strategy. Broadly, they were very happy, I suppose, or generally supported the strategy. So several questions were asked around, were you happy with the strategy? Will it achieve Council's goal of getting more people to walk and cycle? Are we focusing on the right actions and priorities? Is it achievable over the next 10 years? And do you feel that there's something missing? So broadly, as you can see in the report, there's a lot of agreeance with the questions that were asked. Where there was question around something that was missing, we've sort of grouped those in the report there to provide some context to what the community was giving us feedback on. A lot of it was broadly on the items there, I suppose, that are included. So rideables and e-scooters was a question that was asked, especially given Council's current trial of those e-scooters in the community. So that has been acknowledged, and a little bit more of that has been reflected in the strategy than what had gone out for consultation. That's largely, I suppose, administered though through the road rules and administered through the permits, I suppose, that Council gives to the private businesses that have those e-scooters. There were questions about the timeframes on the associated action items. So in the draft report that went out, they weren't as clearly specified as we'd intended. So the strategy now outlines that the short term is 1 to 2 years, medium term being 3 to 4, and long term sort of 5+ years. And so those timeframes are against each of the action items that feature in the strategy itself. There were a lot of questions or I suppose feedback from the community that was very specific, so specific projects that the community was interested in or specific areas where they thought we should be providing footpaths or cycleways. So whilst they've been taken on board, I suppose, they won't specifically feature as part of the strategy, as the strategy's purpose is sort of that framework, I suppose, and identifying those projects or key things that we're going to achieve in order to meet the priorities there. However, the specific items have been noted, and then that'll form, I suppose, some of the subsequent processes that we follow as part of the implementation of the strategy. There was some other sections where we looked at focus to schools, using connecting to the Yeppoon Rail Trail, and educating motorists on how to share the road. And I suppose some of those comments were merely, I suppose, reinforcing or reflecting some of the priority items that we already had in the strategy, and I suppose reiterating the community's concern around some of those matters. So they've been acknowledged throughout the strategy in that report already, but I suppose it gives a little bit more weight to the community's concern around some of that. So the strategy as a result has been updated based on some of that community feedback as shown in the report, and the final copy of that strategy has been attached here for Council's adoption. As we sort of said, this has been developed over the last couple of years, so rather than Council officers develop the framework, we've also been working in parallel to develop some of the action items there. So one of those key ones is, where we're going to focus our capital program on on footpaths and cycleways, and so there'll be some subsequent workshops, I suppose, in the coming months that will talk to council about what we can do and what we can deliver and prioritising some of those. So we've done a bit of that before, but we've been working in parallel so that time, I suppose, hasn't been lost. And considering, I suppose, some of the outcomes from that community consultation. So I'm happy to take any questions from council on that matter, but yes, we're seeking for the walking and cycling strategy to be endorsed by council today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stu. And like you say, it's not something that's just first time we've had the report here. It's been one that's been ongoing, something that a lot of work's been undertaken and consultation that's occurred for quite a period of time. So it's great to see that there's some in my time on council, some real headway in that space where you're talking about walking and cycling network and the improvements it's been able to achieve over the last few years. Fantastic, but still setting the platform and the direction for the future is what's needed as well. Councillor Smith is the portfolio spokesperson for infrastructure.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, like all strategies, it's fairly broad, and I think people sort of read it. And can I just talk broadly about the feedback because it's in confidential, but that's only because each individual feedback was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Yeah, you're right.
I think I did see a mention of connection to Gracemere and Mount Morgan. Well, you can cycle from Rocky to Gracemere now with the new highway. It's got a bike lane all the way and a special bridge even over the bridge to get to Gracemere. The Burnett Highway to Mount Morgan, I doubt whether Main Roads will put that in maybe in the future. And actually, it is a very widely used road for the bike riders. They go to Mount Morgan through Bouldercombe because they told me once that they have to go up the range and down Razorback for their training, you know. So that is a widely used road for that. I'm not sure why. Probably because it's not as much traffic on it.
Mm.
It still caters for that activity. But also, I just noted that there was a mention there about seniors. You know, a lot of older people want to walk, and I think we should always think of that. Like they were saying that the strategy was focused more on young people walking and that, and that's why I see we have addressed that, because they were sort of saying it's a 10-year thing. Well, older people mightn't see that, you know. But we have short-term 1 to 2 years, medium-term 3 to 4, long-term 5+. So I think we have addressed that, but I think we should always think about that. Just a question I needed to ask. Were some of the walking groups consulted with the strategy? Because that was a question asked.
Mm.
Yeah, so through the chair, there's a series of walking groups that were consulted, so 10,000 Steps, Queensland Walks, the Heart Foundation, so there's a few groups that were consulted as part of that. And one of the outcomes of the strategy is also to, we have got this for cycling, but to create a walking user group, reference group that council meets with to discuss, I suppose, issues that those walking groups are encountering. We have a similar one that we use for the bicycle reference group, and one of the outcomes in this is to do the same for walking, so that we can meet with those groups, I suppose, on a more regular basis and get feedback from them to input into some of the program and work that we're doing.
I suppose the two mentioned were Rocky Road Runners and the Park Run people that do the run, you know, that walk around the gardens. They were the two that were mentioned. And they asked were they consulted at all?
I believe, so I couldn't off the top of my head say with Park Run, but I do believe we may have with the Rocky Road Runners, but I'd have to take that question on notice, Councillor.
Okay, thanks. And then also, just through the chair, there wasn't, you know, someone commented that there was a lack of mention of the rural areas, like Mount Morgan, Bouldercombe, Gracemere seem to have been left out. But I think, you know, that really it is a broad document, but I think the worry is that those areas mightn't get funding for footpaths because it seemed to be, according to the feedback that that I, read into it, that it just seemed to be Rockhampton based.
Yeah, so through the chair, the strategy, I suppose, looks for the whole region, and previous work or work that's been done in parallel around capital program and works for walking and cycling areas has definitely looked at the individual localities, so including the likes of Mount Morgan and Gracemere in that, and delivering infrastructure for those areas as well. So that has been included, and that is a focus, I suppose, is for the whole region rather than specifically just for the urban area. So those townships do feature as part of the outcomes of the strategy.
Okay, and just my final one, Mr Mayor. Yeah. The width of footpaths has always been something I've never properly understood, and we're saying that 1.5 metres is our minimum width. Some of our footpaths go up to 2.5, but I was looking there to say what's the average width. Do we allow for, obviously we allow for wheelchairs, and that would be the 2.5, but say we're going to put a new footpath in somewhere for us and not main roads, would they be the same width? And do two people have to fit walking along, or how do we judge the width of a footpath?
So through the chair, at the moment it depends on what we're designating that footpath as. As a regular footpath on a road of just general, I suppose, relevance is about 1.5 we're using. Shared paths and that width of 2.5 or greater, even 3, has been implemented on areas, I suppose, where there's a shared walking and cycling function, or there's a fairly significant walking need addressed as part of that. So as part of the work that we're doing, as one of the action items that we're hoping to bring back to workshop with council very shortly, is looking at, I suppose, a hierarchy of where footpaths currently are and where the key attractors and generators are, to develop a bit of a standard for each different type. So where we would implement a shared footpath versus where we would just do the regular 1.5. However, it is worth noticing that that standard has changed over time, councillor. So previously there are instances of 1 metre footpaths and there's instances of 1.2 because that was the previous standard. Now council has adopted, I suppose, greater than that standard at the 1.5. So there's a little bit, I suppose, of the existing footpaths may be lesser than the current standard that we're implementing, but it's a progressive process, I suppose, that we're trying to continually update that, and it'd be envisaged that through renewals we might try and improve on some of those existing footpaths that are below the minimum width.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kirkland, then Councillor Wickerson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Stuart, I just want to congratulate you and the team that you've been working together with this. It's been a long process. It's been regionally inclusive as far as your consultation is concerned, and it's been a long, as I said, a long journey to get to this point. So congratulations, well done. It's a comprehensive report, and it's by no means an easy one to navigate because everybody has their agenda. Each different user of that path has those things that they want to see incorporated as a part of the strategy. So you've done very well to bring this to us, and well done, congratulations. The flow-on benefits of this strategy to our community is massive. I believe the livability, increasing the livability of the community, and then what happens from that is more people come in, it's great. So well done. I'm in favour of the entire strategy. I do have my question. Will other pathway, you mentioned that obviously through the consultation and community feedback, there's been a number of isolated potential projects, capital works projects. I would ask, are you also going to go back and review those of our internal pathway requests where we've got a number of hotspots that have continued to rise up, and I know that you know what I'm talking about. So because I'm one of those that just keep on pressing buttons about certain areas that I'd like to see included in that. If they didn't flag in your consultation, are you still going back to our pathways to make sure you're scooping up the ones that have been active in that aspect as well?
Yeah, so through the chair, as that next subsequent process, we'll be going to look back at some of those and looking at where we've had runs previously raised with council. So there's been a body of work over a period of time with identifying some of these, and some of those have come out of pathways requests that we're looking at. I suppose a body of work that needs to be done is that workshop with council to identify these are all the different projects, and then what's our budget allocation going to be, and then how are we going to, what are we going to deliver with that money, I suppose, and that's probably one of the key workshops we'll bring back to council shortly. We'll be looking at this is everything, and this is all that we would like to deliver, and then how we're going to stage that out and deliver it. But yes, we have been including requests that have come from the community over time and put that into the current prioritisation program and the current pathway networks that we've used as the basis for that. So.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Wickerson?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Really just some comments through to Stuart. Again, great strategy. I was encouraged to see that there wasn't a lot of negative criticism of it. We normally get that when we put something out to public consultation. I think it's nothing like having something taken off you during COVID to then really appreciate getting out in the fresh air and walking, cycling and whatever. So that's great. And Mr Mayor, it might be before your time, but down at the Meatworks, I remember seeing photographs of hundreds and hundreds of push bikes parked. So history repeating itself. In my time, I remember seeing the racks there, but people probably, the interest in cycling waned off with cheap cars and whatever, but maybe we're going to see a resurgence of that. And I think what Councillor Kirkland said, I'll just add on to that too, that the benefits to the community, and very difficult to put a monetary value on it, but to look at people's physical well-beings, just to get healthier and less obese or whatever, and we have an issue with that, but also mental well-being, again, getting out in the fresh air and walking with your friends and cycling or whatever. Hard to put a dollar value on that, but it's got to be enormous. So it might even have impacts on juvenile crime and all other things that, a bit hard to nail down analytically, but I'm sure there's a benefit there of being able to get out and do stuff. So encouraged by the report, absolutely support it.
Yeah. It was my 20 years in the industry, the Meatworks there. When I first started, it was the bike racks were full. You'd hang your bike up on a hook, and the car park was empty. When I left, it was in reverse. There was nothing in the bike racks, and the car park was joggers. So a big change in 20 years. But again, I think what's not captured is now with the medical and hospitals now, people and the benefits of exercise when they rather than handing out tablets and medication. The doctors really need to start to say, well, look, get out and exercise. They capture that enough. It's too easy to write out a script, where a lot of that can be avoided if you're out doing exercise on a regular basis. And having a great network allows that to achieve that as well going forward. And with the fast food takeaway chains and the like, it's a better option to get people to exercise. Thank you. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I actually remember seeing all the bike racks that were undercover down here at the railway as well. It was before my time, but they were everywhere, so it goes to show you how times have changed. But look, this is it's fantastic. It's a great thing that we need to be doing because it's so many different parts of the of the community. So it's health reasons, older people even, they can get around mobility scooters or they can wheelchairs or whatever it may be. So it's something as a council that we should certainly be embracing. We've just got to try to find the money so we can keep moving on it. But one thing I did want to say was, if we are lucky enough to be able to find some funds to make the program continue to move forward, I think something that's very important, or what I'd like to see happen, is that those network connections that are lacking at the moment, I think it's important that we complete some of those circuits before we just go off and start, completing other areas, because we've got some great areas there, but there's a lot of areas that are just missing those connections. So that's something that I'd be keen to look at when you bring something back to the table for a workshop. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mathers. Councillor Fisher.
G'day, everybody. Look, probably touching on a lot of the same things that had already been said. But we do have a number of the missing links, which would be great to sort of finish that we could develop and start sort of promoting those walking and cycling events and walking tourism. And I would love to be able to sort of get to the point there where we could actually say that we can walk from the summit of Mount Archer right down to the river at Donovan Park and sort of some of those other connecting areas. and I'd love to sort of see that sort of continued further. The other thing there that I sort of thought that I really liked within the report was actually sort of identifying that we do need to sort of prepare a 10-year capital works program to deliver these pathways and cycle infrastructure. And I think that that's sort of something that long term, if we can focus on that, I think we can sort of get some quite good runs on the board and be able to sort of really promote the benefits of walking. And I know it's something that I love doing.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fisher. Okay, councillors, I think we've exhausted the questions there. Thanks very much for the reports. Stu, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the adoption of the walking strategy? Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we've just gone 10:36. We might break for a 10-minute recess to go to the toilet, but I'll need a mover and a seconder. Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour. Motion's carried. So council will come back at just after 1:45. Thanks, councillors.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I might just need to do that again, Councillor. I didn't realise we weren't on air. Move Councillor Wickerson that we resume standing orders. Seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that, councillors. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll resume the meeting. We'll move on to item 8.3, the Mount Morgan Rail Trail feasibility, second round of consultation. Thanks very much, Stu. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Councillors, as you'll be aware, we're undertaking a feasibility study for the Mount Morgan Rail Trail, so leaving from Railway Parade.
Councillor Smith's got a conflict in... Yeah, the rail trail, right. Sorry, I didn't pick that one up. We'll declare that one. We'll just wait for Councillor Smith to leave the room. Sorry, Councillor, I didn't pick that up coming in late myself, so apologies for that, Stu. We'll continue with the meeting. Thank you.
That's all right. So the rail trail obviously beginning at Railway Parade in Mount Morgan and then terminating at the Cedric Archer Park in Gracemere. So a range of work's been done by Council's appointed consultant and a previous round of consultation was undertaken. A report came to Council not that long ago highlighting some of the outcomes of that consultation. So that consultation was with directly affected business owners and the general community and tried to receive some of the feedback from that first round of consultation and incorporate that into the design. So that included some aspects of the trail alignment, indicative locations of rest stops and trailheads, and some of the details around access parking and fencing and the like. So the preliminary design drawings have provided that level of detail and also helped shape a cost of the works to help facilitate, I suppose, the finalisation of the feasibility study and determining whether the project is feasible moving forward. So we're currently proposing to undertake that second round of consultation, so going back to the community to show them the designs that have been done and how they may have addressed some of their concerns and what aspects are still to be addressed, I suppose, if the project proceeds as it goes forward. So that's planned to commence from the 25th of April and close on Sunday the 15th of May. So most of the information will be available through Council's Engage website. We'll be sending letters to the adjacent property owners and those that have previously engaged with us and stakeholders, advising them of this upcoming consultation. And a public notice will be put in the next edition of the Mount Morgan Argus as well, which is expected to be published on the 27th of April. A media release will also be done for the wider community. The preliminary drawings will also be made available at Council's customer service centres at Mount Morgan and Gracemere. For this report, they were provided via Dropbox just for the sheer number of drawings, and so for that same reason, we'll make them publicly available. But it won't be easy, I suppose, to send those out to each individual resident. So we'll make them available, and they'll also be available online. So a hard copy and online version for the community. So happy to take any questions on that, but just seeking endorsement to proceed with the consultation.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. Councillor Kirkland?
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, I was amazed at the level of detail that this went into, so quite a lot of work in getting that ready. With regards to the community consult, so congratulations again. You're on a streak here, one more. The community consultation, I did actually ask, and you've just answered that in my mind. I was wanting to know what the notifications and process that you'd adopted for getting out to the community on this. Given the short notice, well, it's not really short notice, but it's got a week, haven't I? Could I think it's short notice. Could I make a suggestion, Mr Mayor? I don't know whether I can do that. Can I do that here? Just ask a question whether it's possible to put a sign in each of the shops at Mount Morgan. Old school, but I think it might get a little bit more of community engagement out there. It's a major project, and I think it's worthy of making sure that you've captured everybody that wants to have a say.
Would it be better to try and maybe put in the Argus or something like that?
It's going in the Argus.
Oh, it's in the Argus?
Yeah,
I think that'd probably cover it off. Oh.
Is your concern that it's too close from the Argus to the close of consultation? Is that?
Yeah, I was just concerned.
Could we extend the period a week?
Through the chair, yeah, we can extend the period out if we need to. We've just done a nominal sort of 3 weeks from when we'd opened on the 25th, so we can extend that out, and the Argus will be on the 27th, so a couple of days later. But yeah, we can extend it out another week if we need to.
Okay.
For coverage. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wickerson, Councillor Latcham, Councillor Mathers.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Again, Judy, good report, and we can't understate how important community engagement is. We've had a few instances recently where we've probably dropped the ball a bit on that, so this is good to see when it's done properly. Just concerned, a lot of the residents in that area potentially would be older and won't be able to access drop boxes, and I know there's other methods there, but I'm just wondering, in that suite of ways that tools we're going to engage with, is there an option that if someone absolutely can't use any of those, that they give us a call and we can chat to them an old school way, maybe go and see them or whatever? Just because I think one of the issues that came up when Councillor Rutherford was speaking to us, that people are anxious about the security, this path going through or bisecting their property, and I see you've got cross sections there, so that should explain to them how screens are going to work or whatever, or how they're going to get cattle from one side to the other. But just to pick up those few that might not still be able to access all the ways we've got to engage with it, still might not pick up every single one of those people. So just...
Yep. So through the chair, in the letter that goes out to the individual residents, they're I suppose, encouraged to give us a call if they want to discuss the matter further, and that traditionally, or with the first round of consultation, at least those that couldn't get access to it could give us a call. And I suppose by making some of that information available at the customer service centres in hard copy, they can go up and have a look, and if they've got questions, they're more than welcome to clarify with us. So we've done that on the first round, so we can do that again on this round as well.
Okay,
so.
no, that's great.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. through you to Stuart. Great report and good detail in it. My question is probably something I've raised before, and we're talking about community consultation with the Mount Morgan people as well. Was there any consideration to a rail trail from the Railway Muse station through to the showgrounds, being the other pathway which is specific to Mount Morgan and possibly could have been eligible for resource grants, just as the swimming pool has? That specifically it's a shorter project, but would see and generate excitement in the Mount Morgan community because the locals could use it regularly, and it would also highlight the tunnel that's up there as well, our only tunnel in the whole region, which is fantastic to if you've ever witnessed it. That to me is a short-term win. That's a possibility, but has that been considered, and is that something the community could be consulted on?
Yeah, so through the chair, that stage, there's probably a reason why we've left it at the Railway Parade train station. So that next stage includes a bridge and a tunnel, both of which have some serious structural issues with them. And also that end of the other side of that tunnel terminates in private property. So it makes it difficult, I suppose, to have the route run along and then I suppose you're terminating it inside the tunnel and then to come back. And whilst it does have good amenity and impact from being, old structures with heritage value, there is sort of a range of structural issues with that, both the bridge and the tunnel, in terms of the structural condition of those. So at this first instance, they have been excluded, not to say that they wouldn't be at a later date, I suppose, tackled to bring in, but they were harder to do as, I suppose, a quick and easy initial project due to the complexity and cost associated with that, the bridge and then the tunnel associated with that as well. So they were excluded from this, but it is noted in there that that is a potential, I suppose, future stage for the project.
And probably a supplementary question is if it is eligible for resource grants, then obviously that would possibly be able to fund things like those difficulties you just mentioned then.
True, yes.
That's right. Okay, thanks, Councillor Latcham. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Stuart, thanks very much. This is once again another great program. I'd like to sort of see it come to fruition, as probably everyone would. It's something else that'll bring people into the region. In regards to the community consultation, which is a great thing, are we going to be talking to any of the local walking, cycling groups and that sort of stuff in regards to this as well? The reason why I ask that is, if we can get this up and going, it'll be great. But there's the maintenance and the cleaning of it, and the just making sure it's in good order. I know council still have to have their responsibility in maintaining it as well. But I know down south there's a lot of groups that actually get in there, tidy it up, and do a lot of the maintenance. So I think that's something that we should be talking to those groups about and see if we've got any groups that are prepared to put their hands up and take ownership of it as well. Just wondering if we've considered doing that.
Yes, so through the chair, we'd had some initial consultation with, I suppose, some of the community groups up there and discussions, I suppose, with some of those walking and cycling groups. The question wasn't, I suppose, specifically posed to them about the maintenance and operation of that, but it is, I suppose, we've made contact with them, and potentially if it's a successful project moving forward, we could look at further engaging with them about how we do that. But at this stage, no, we haven't sort of initially talked to them about operational or trying to find a group to do that. There isn't necessarily a Mount Morgan, rail trail enthusiasts group like there is in some of those ones down in Brisbane and Logan, but potentially if the project moves forward, then that's something we can look at is whether there's a way to help offset the operational costs for council as we move forward.
Yeah, that'd be, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor, that'd be great, Stuart, if we could, only for the simple reason, we've got walking groups, we've got running groups, we've got push bike groups, we've got horse riding groups, there's quite a few groups here. If they all took a little section of it, it could be a well-utilised and well-looked after facility. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Stu. I think we've got to find some funding for it first. That's the big thing before we worry about maintaining it. But that said, I think the second phase is a part of the due process that's required, and getting back to the community about that's important. So it's great to have these projects. Should funding become available in the future, they'll be ready to roll. That said, I don't think there's any more questions. Great report. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with... Oh, sorry, Stu.
Probably just through the chairs that we'll probably bring a subsequent report back around the feasibility of it after this round of consultation to highlight, I suppose, and finalise the process on the feasibility study for this. So, and I'd appreciate all the gratitude from the table, but I'd like to highlight, I suppose, it's a team that's done this, and Jamie Meyer in particular, I suppose, has done a lot of work on both of the last two reports that have been presented. So I thought I'd acknowledge him. He's done a lot of the work. I'm just standing up here getting all the praise. So, so no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're used to that, Stu, but that said, we'll, it is a great team effort in a lot of these reports that come to the table. There's a lot of work that goes on from other members of the staff in our council. That said, a mover and a seconder with regards to that. Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, before we invite Councillor Smith back into the room, we might move on to the next report, as Councillor Smith has a conflict with the water security project. So save coming in and out, it's probably easier just to move on to that one, and then we'll invite Councillor Smith.
I'll do Mount
Just the water,
Morgan
water security component of that report we dealt with it first, and then we'll move. We'll invite Councillor Smith back into the room. So I'll hand over to.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Councillors, just like to provide an update on the capital projects that Project Delivery are delivering on behalf of the council. So Mount Morgan Water Security Supply Project, the AECOM are currently now working on the business case, so we expect that final draft to come through end of next week, and then we'll review that and then bring that to council in a meeting in May. So that's currently the schedule there.
Councillors, anyone have any questions on the Mount Morgan Water Security project at all?
Yeah, May Infrastructure Committee will present the business case.
All right, okay. Thanks very much. We'll invite Councillor Smith into the room, and we'll continue with the rest. Did you have a conflict with the Alliance Airlines? Oh, Councillor Fisher.
I did declare one when we first talked about it, but I think I talked to somebody about it, and
it's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it was resolved that that it wouldn't affect Hunter Street at all.
Okay.
But the levy certainly might. You
Yeah.
know, any development at the airport. I haven't got a conflict with the general running of the airport, the operations, but as soon as a development, because Alliance is built on the high ground, it was sort of decided I didn't have a conflict.
Okay. Councillor Fisher, you have a conflict with the Alliance, eh?
No.
No,
okay.
only anything in the general aviation. So I've, as I have always done, leave the meeting
Okay.
in that area.
Righto, we're right to proceed. No more conflicts. We'll hand back over to you, Andrew. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Council. The hail damage insurance claim for council. So the Dooley Street Depot roof replacement, they have all been completed. And next in line is the North Rocky Library and Elephant House. So on the 6th of May, they're scheduled to start. We've had tenders closed for the Lakes Creek landfill site, so the waste transfer station in the Weybridge area. So we're currently assessing those. The Victoria Parade, so the park structures there with the hard sheeting, there has been awarded, and we're just currently working through some scheduling with the contractor there. And the council, Kershaw Gardens precinct, that's currently out to tender. The Alliance maintenance facility at the airport, so separable portion one's now been completed, so that's a lot of the civil works on the land side. Aaron's have commenced erecting some of the tilt-up panels for the internal firewalls, and our civil contractor's basically done half of the culvert crossing across to the taxiway, from the apron to the taxiway, which has about 400 culverts, so 200 of those have now been installed, and they're working on all the airside pavement and subsoil drainage. So we have finally received their Milestone 1 funding, 3.7 million has come through, and we've submitted the Milestone 2 report with a claim for 7.5 million last couple of weeks, so that's all being processed now. The Museum of Art, the East Street activation works has been progressing, so we have rendered the new and existing masonry wall on 121 East Street side, and we'll progress to sheet the balance of the brick wall on Saigon in the next coming weeks. There has been a delay in getting the steel battens for the project. They are a big profile, but our contractor is progressing that. Botanic Gardens and zoo redevelopment, I think there's a full report coming to the next committee on that, but basically the design development's continuing. I think they're looking for construction drawings and the tender package to be ready by the end of June to go out to tender. Package 3 is the playground, so that's been awarded, and I understand that fabrication's happening off-site. I think they're due around about September to come to erect all the new play structure with intent to have that all ready for Christmas. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, it's a design and construct, so balance of the design's now complete. So they've actually started work on site with the decommissioning of the lime bins and off-site fabrication of switchboards and control panels. So they'll continue working there. Gracemere and South Rockhampton sewage treatment plant strategy. So we're currently developing and implementing a program around a number of works required at each of those sites. And we'll have a report coming to council in May in relation to that. We have called tenders for the desludging of the sludge lagoons at a number of that, including North Rocky, South Rocky and Gracemere. So we'll work through that process and award that contract shortly.
So just if we go back one, just with the Glenmore Water Treatment Plant upgrade, you'll be a report coming back to the council on that one, that project in detail?
That project, as it stands, is underway.
Yep.
Only update reports will come. There is some potential additional work that we are currently scoping that will come back to council if we need. So, but this project is effectively an electrical mechanical upgrade, and that's been awarded, and as Andrew said, design's almost complete.
Yep.
They're on site undertaking those works.
Okay, right, thanks, Pete.
Glenmore Water Treatment Plant, the solar farm, so the civil works is all but complete now. We're still negotiating with Solgen in relation to termination of that contract and an agreement for final payment and claim and what they will give us in the way of plant. So we're still working through those negotiations at the moment. Hockey, the only component left there is installation of the pumps. I understand they're in Australia, but they still haven't been released from customs, so they're the new flood pumps. So as soon as they are released and come to site, we'll get those installed and finished.
Thanks, Andrew. I've just got a question, Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Andrew. Just going back to that solar treatment, solar farm, I should say. Obviously, there's some things going on there with the disengagement of the previous contractors. The new contractors have been engaged.
Through the chair, no, councillor. If you remember, there was a resolution of council to engage Alliance Automation as a variation under they're the people doing the water treatment plant work, so we have approval to engage them. We have been speaking to them. We are working through with Ergon in relation to the approval.
Okay, so as far as the delivery and the beginning of construction to actually deliver this project, is there a time frame or?
Through the chair, no, there isn't a time frame. There will be a report back to council on what is this solar project before we proceed. So
okay.
We're not in a position to have that scope. So we're doing as Andrew said, going back in history, sort out the Ergon approvals, what's been approved and what's not, sorting out the contract, and then using Alliance to tell us what can we get for our money in the future project. And the plan was to come back to council to show you what you're going to get for your dollars for the solar project.
So it's suffice to say that project's on hold-ish as far as physical.
I wish I'd say it's on hold. It's working. We are working on it a lot, but in your terms, it's probably on hold.
Yeah.
We're not installing panels.
Yeah, as far as the community seeing something happening.
We're doing many other things, let me tell you, negotiating, and we are almost, as Andrew said, we are don't like to give yourself bad luck. We're almost there in resolving the negotiations between the parties.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Mount Morgan Pool, so the concept and concept design and performance specification brief's been put out to tender. That closes next week, so we'll assess that and move forward with that project. North Rocky sewage treatment plant upgrade. So we have a start-up meeting tomorrow with Haslam Constructions. So, and then I anticipate in the next couple of weeks to actually start site establishment. There is a few issues with land acquisition. We're just trying to finalise that. We do have permission from the Jockey Club to commence work. So we will work with the contractor and get that site established and work underway. Riverbank Boardwalk, so that was postponed till next week. So that's all ready to roll next week post the Rocky Nat. So that and we'll try and get that one completed before the next River Festival. Rockhampton Airport security and screening update. So I suppose this has a number of other projects in it, and one of them is the new car parking equipment. So this is the licence recognition equipment that orders have been placed, but again, that equipment comes from overseas and it's not anticipated to get here until end of July. So once that arrives, we'll have that installed. And there's been a lot of design work done on the solar system. So we're working with Ergon on approval for that one.
Okay, question, Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question. Mount Morgan Pool, as I recall, last time it was mentioned, there was going out to community consultation. Was there a period of community consultation, or what was?
Through the chair, yes, there is in the design development process. So we'll get the concepts developed, a number of concept options, and then bring them to council and to the community for a consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Councillor, if no further questions to that report, could I seek a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Move on to 8.5, the Fitzroy Barrage Northern Bank Fish Ladder. We've done that. While you were away, Councillor, we resolved that one. We moved that one through. Thanks very much, Martin.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through the chair, as part of the Rookwood Weir project, Sunwater have a requirement to mitigate or address the fish habitat that's lost as a result of building the weir and flooding the upstream impoundment. Now, as part of their approvals, they were to build a fishway at the Tartarus Weir. Now, I understand that that's now been discounted primarily on the basis of what it was going to cost the project. So on that basis, Sunwater have made an approach to council back in about November last year to look at the possibility of putting another fish ladder on the barrage, on the northern banks of the barrage. As council is aware, we've already got two on the southern bank. Our understanding is that the barrage is still considered a barrier to fish passage, particularly on that northern side. Apparently the fish can't work out if there's a fish ladder on the southern side, if they end up on the northern bank to go over to the southern side. But I'm not a fisherman, I don't know.
I think there's some residents like that too, Martin.
So we have Sunwater have engaged particular fish consultants who have given us the reasons as to why it's still a preferable outcome to have a fish passage on the northern bank. It still will provide a passage for fish that find themselves trapped on that side of the river. So back in November 2021, Sunwater approached us, and at that point we created a working group to work through some of the possible issues. Obviously, this is an obligation of Sunwater's, and we were fairly careful not to take on an obligation to council that would come back and bite us in the future. But to date, we haven't really identified any particular reason as to why council wouldn't support an additional fish ladder on the northern bank of the river. In getting an approval to shift it from Tartrus Weir to the Fitzroy Barrage, I need to engage with the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, who have shown a little bit of reluctance, but based on, they thought there was some pushback from council a couple of years ago about building a fish ladder on the northern bank. My understanding is that there may have been some, there's no official record of that pushback, but there may have been some pushback from a council point of view at that, council officer point of view at that point in time, because let's say the approach by Sunwater at that time was a little clumsy and a little heavy-handed. So there may have been some pushback. That's not the case at the moment. Sunwater have been very open with us and wanting to collaborate and push forward with this project. We've made a number of, I suppose, parameters around which we will continue to talk with them, and under which we may consider a fish ladder on the northern bank, and that was talking about not impacting on council's water security, not impacting on the structural integrity of the barrage, not impeding our operations and maintenance of the barrage in any way. Obviously allowing it to be future-proof, so if we do raise the barrage gates by 0.5 metre, and that the fish ladder can accommodate that. And also one that I think is prevalent in council's mind is a little bit about site security and not allowing free public access down to the fish ladder on that northern side. And as councillors are quite aware, we do from time to time, well, it's more than from time to time, regularly I would suggest, have problems with the public accessing the fish ladders on the southern side. So I suppose the intent of today's report is really just to make councillors aware that we are having these negotiations, to test the table to see if there's any particular objections to us continuing with these investigations and discussions. We're still discussing the commercial arrangements at this point in time, whether it remains a Sunwater asset or becomes a council asset. We're basically insisting that they design, build and commission it. It would make sense for council to operate it. It's on our structure to do the operation and maintenance as a commercial arrangement. We're still tossing around about who should ultimately own the fish ladder, so that's still being debated. So Sunwater requested a letter of intent just to be able to show the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries that we are working collaboratively together, and that we are still open at this point to discussions about a fish ladder on the northern bank. The letter of intent, which I've included as an attachment to the report, doesn't, in my view, oblige council to anything at this point in time. We're not tied into any agreements. We're just simply looking for a letter that back to Sunwater that says, yes, we're happy to continue discussions at this point in time. Ultimately, we will still bring something back to council table before we enter into any arrangement with Sunwater.
Okay, thanks for that report, Martin. I think, yeah, as you mentioned there, I think you've covered off on the majority of those concerns that have been raised. I think the security is the one that probably is at the forefront of the council's mind with some of those issues that we face on the southern one. But just wondering, with an agreement, would there be like an MOU about the ongoing maintenance of that facility or ownership of it? Is that, I think you were alluding to that?
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit more formal than just an MOU. I think it'll be some sort of a deed of agreement that will tie commercial arrangements and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
In a long-term agreement. Yeah, I think it'll have to be more than MOU.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a few lights on, so we might pop around the table for some of those questions and go from there. Councillor Kirkland, you were first there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may. You did answer one of those, which was what was that objection that had previously happened. So basically, it's something that happened that there's no formal record of. So that's interesting. I'm glad to hear that you're going down the path of a commercial arrangement for the maintenance of the facility. I have a question. It would seem to me, and I'll lead in with a bit of commentary, is that Sunwater have approached us because they couldn't meet their obligations to deliver a fish bridge for the component of the Rookwood Weir. So they've come to us and said, can we put the fish bridge in here? So my question leading out of that was, prior to that approach, had we actually identified that our fish were having trouble getting through the facility that was already on the south side?
They have, and it's one that's been an ongoing one for many years. That that southern ladder hasn't been adequate to restrict that passage through Fitzroy Basin Association. There was going back a few years, there was a $2 million grant that was awarded to look at at options that went around, and that money was frittered away, so to speak. It didn't really deliver an outcome.
An outcome. Okay.
So it's been identified, and this potential would resolve some of that. Again, my involvement with the recreation fishing development strategy recruitment has been a big component of that strategy, and if there was a more accessible way for fish to get to the freshwater side through a better passage, then that could also help with the recruitment, which is great for our tourism and that ongoing promotion that we do with the Barramundi and the alike, to be able to make sure that they are able to recruit much better and keep that more sustainable into the region. So yeah, it has a lot of benefits in that space.
Great. That's great to hear. So lastly, just with regards to the installation and construction of the fish bridge, would that take into consideration the potential elements of raising the barrage? Is it going to affect it, or are you going to work in collaboration? I think it touched on it. I just wanted to...
Yeah, certainly during discussions we've flagged that whatever design they come up with will need to be able to cater for a future raising of the barrage gates. So that's the way we want to future-proof it at this stage. In my understanding, we also made those arrangements with the southern bank fishways that they're able to be extended as well.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, then Councillor Mathers.
Thanks. Yeah, I think Councillor Mathers. This might sound a dumb question for someone who knows nothing about fishing whatsoever. I can't sit still long enough to go fishing. Why would fish want to go from freshwater to saltwater and vice versa?
It's the breeding cycle.
Oh, okay. Because I thought if they're freshwater fish...
No, it's part of the recruitment, and the barrage floods are the best recruitment. But when they haven't got floods, the barramundi need to head up into the fresh to spawn. And,
okay. So
they'll grow bigger and then head off into the ocean. And that's when you catch them and eat them.
Right. Okay. So when you look at when you look at the photo and the Cone Fishway location, but the location's over trees and the building and the barrage, I'm thinking, how are the little fish going to get through there?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a technical question.
It's a technical question. The map is really indicative of the area. So the actual fishway construction would be put in a position that would allow flow of water through the fishway. So it may not necessarily... I'd expect we may have to lose the tree on the upstream side. I don't expect we'll lose too much on the downstream side. Okay. And that, in respect to that tree on the upstream side, it is way too close to the barrage at this point anyway. It's been identified in an inspection of the barrage that it should be gone.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mathers, my apologies, I should have... I think you did have your light on first.
Not a problem in the world, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Martin, not Graham. Martin, just two things. I'm more than happy to support this letter of intent, and hopefully if everything works out all right, I like the idea of it. I'm certainly not a fish expert by any stretch, but it makes sense that if there's more ways for more fish to get upstream, they might talk amongst themselves and it might invite more fish into the Fitzroy River to get up there, so which means it's better fishing. So I think it's a positive for us. The question I do have, but is obviously in just regards to, I'm learning very quickly that nothing ever comes for free. Even if they build it for us, we've got ongoing maintenance. Is there much maintenance in regards to the south side fish ladders that we're already operating?
My understanding is no, there's not a lot of maintenance draw on them. We occasionally suffer some damage to them during a flood.
Yep.
So that would certainly be something we'll need to think about with this commercial arrangement. Now, whether that with the commercial arrangement, we haven't really progressed it that far. We're still trying to work out whether it's an annual payment from somewhere to council, whether it's an upfront lump sum of money and say, it's here, council, it's now your problem.
Yep.
So we're still going through those discussions, but my understanding from an O&M side of things, there's not a lot of draw on council's budget for those.
All right. No, thanks very much, because that's, you know, some things you've got, you know, quite a lot of ongoing maintenance with something like that. You would think it wouldn't be that bad. So I'd be interested to see how that goes moving forward.
They're primarily a concrete structure.
Structure, yeah.
But
yeah.
the baffles can be a steel baffle, but
yeah, no real moving parts or electric stuff or something. Yeah. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, no further questions. Look, I'm happy to move this one. It's one that's been a issue there for the region for a while, and you know, some water coming on. I think that relationship is starting to blossom, and I think there's great opportunities there to partner there. So this is a great way to work together and achieve a result. And again, at the end of the day, if it improves our recreation fishing and what we can do in that area for our environment, it's got all the positives. Seconded, Councillor Wickerson. There's no further questions. I'll put those in favour. Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to item 8.6, the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Management Program Report Funding Submission. Martin, you have that one as well?
Yes.
And this probably leads on from that last one about the integrity of the structure and making sure that that's paramount when we do any work in that on that piece of kit. Thanks, Martin.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So back in February, the federal government announced a $50 million funding or grants program called the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Management or Mitigation Program. This particular funding program is only open to state government or territory governments, not to local government. However, the states or territories can include local government projects in their submission. So very recently, the state government reached out to us and proposing a two-stage process where councils can put an expression of interest in with some very general detail about their projects they'd like considered under this program, and they had to be in, or have to be in by the end of this week. And if the particular council's project is selected, the council will be asked to provide a much more detailed submission, and then that would be included in the state government submission back to the federal government. It's a little bit of a convoluted way of doing it, but that's the constitutional process between states and feds. What I was proposing on seeking council's endorsement to do is to actually put a funding submission in for the barrage gate raising project and finishing off the studies and the approvals type work that are needed to be able to get that project up. Over the last couple of years, I think councillors are reasonably familiar with the proposal to raise the barrage gates by half a metre to improve the water security behind the barrage. There have been a number of studies already completed, including, almost as complete as the detailed design package for the raising of the barrage or barrage gates. However, just going back through the project, I think there's still a number of issues that need to be addressed, and that were sent to us through a letter from the Department of Environmental and Science a number of years ago, of issues we need to be able to address to get the approvals through to be able to do the gate raising project. And that's based around what the objectives are of the Fitzroy Water Plan, and we need to demonstrate that we can meet all the objectives within that Fitzroy River Water Plan. So there are a number of studies to be done, modelling studies, environmental type works, mitigation and impact type studies that we still need to do to be able to get this project up and running. Previously, we had come from the angle of being entirely about water security, and climate change had only just briefly been mentioned. But if you have a closer examination of the potential of climate risk to our area, and particularly in regards to the raising of sea levels, there is a threat to the barrage water security, where currently the sill of the barrage is only somewhere between 20 to 50 mil above our highest astronomical tide. If what is predicted under the high emission scenario comes true, 130 mil by 2030 raise in sea level, 650 mil by 2090, that's a real threat to our clear water side of the barrage, certainly from a treatment point of view, and certainly for the irrigators that are also taking water out of that barrage. So I think not only is it water security, but I think there is a climate risk that needs to be addressed, and that there is a climate risk focus to this particular funding program, so I think it's a neat fit. Knowing we currently have money in the budget to do this project, it's about $1 million over the next 2 or 3 years, I still think there's a burden of some additional studies which will chew into that budget, so any additional grant funding money we can grab for it, I think will benefit the project in the long run. That's certainly where I'm coming from.
Okay, thanks very much for that report, Martin. Got a couple of lights on. I think Councillor Smith, Councillor Mathers and Councillor Latcham. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, Martin, I know you did mention impacts of the raising, and I know there was some meetings held with Alton Downs and Pink Lily people along the river there, or along like Deep Creek and those sort of tributaries that go into the river. And I sort of would hope this time we would have some better consultation. I think the first one was in a shed somewhere, and people could book one-on-one, but I think people still weren't satisfied that their properties weren't going to flood, etc., but probably just weren't fully informed. And I just wondered if we're planning some really good community consultation in that area.
The short answer is yes. I'll probably put Stuart Harvey onto it. It is probably one of the key aspects picked up in that correspondence that come out of the state government, that consultation has to be undertaken. And certainly any project that we've undertaken that involves a state approval in recent times, they've essentially demanded that we undertake an appropriate level of community consultation. The previous round of consultation, which I'm not overly familiar with, but just seeing some of the feedback that we got, was based around some fairly coarse mapping of where the flooding or the afflux out of raising the gates would reach to. I think we need to bring that down to a bit more of a fine-grained, almost to a property level impact, similar to what we do with the flood levy type consultations. I suppose that's a long way of saying yes, I think we do need to do a greater level of consultation, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Martin. Martin, thank you very much for putting this forward to us. I think it's really good. We've talked about it quite a bit, but I'd love to see it come to fruition. I don't think we can spend too much time or money on our water security. It's really important. It's going to be very important going forward. So I think it's a great thing to be following up. One question I do have, and I understand this will probably be looked at in some of the studies, but it just does concern me a little bit. The barrage has served us extremely well over the years, but I think 50 years, 70 years old now? 50 years old now. Yes. How concerned are we of the extra pressure that's going to be put on the barrage by going up the extra half a metre? Do we think that's a concern? Is that'll obviously be looked at with the studies, but is there anything being flagged at this stage?
Yeah, certainly at this stage, as part of the detailed design work that's been happening, they did a full geotechnical assessment of the barrage, and that has highlighted a stability issue which may need to be addressed as part of this project. So that's now currently being looked at by GH&D. We've asked for that to be included in the detailed design contract, and out of that we will get then a proper detailed design estimate. So yes, there are certainly geotechnical issues and stability issues that we need to address as part of the project.
And sorry, Councillor, that was always something, the first thing was the integrity of the structure, and any modifications to it were, the first question that we'd ask was, is it able to occur and not and put it in danger of failure or anything? Yeah. So.
Yeah, look, Mr Mayor, without a doubt, I'm sure mine's much smarter than mine would have considered that before we even went, but it's just one of those things, because I look at it and I think what a great opportunity for us to be able to do something without too much work, but I'm pretty sure it's not what's happening above the water we've got to be concerned about, it's what's under the water, and I think that's where all the money's going to go, but I just hope it's something that's going to be feasible for us.
It's certainly not a comment, I suppose, on the design of the day, because it was designed to the details and the design standards of the day. We're now looking through a lens of 2022, where dam standards have changed, and so there's certain parameters that have changed, which we're now, if we're going to touch this thing, we want to make sure it's meeting current standards.
Exactly. Thank you. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, and I guess following on from that, and you look at Bundaberg, for example, they fiddled with the weir there and it collapsed. So there's issues when you start fiddling with things. That's my main question. My main question, Mr Mayor, is through to Peter. The life expectancy of our current barrage.
I'm not sure, I think.
Because if it's only going to be lasting another 50 years, and the lifespan of it...
It's much longer than that. Yeah,
okay, because then you wouldn't worry
in the
with
current
the
asset plan,
well,
70 or 100?
Typically a concrete structure, you're talking somewhere between 80 and 100 years.
Yeah.
But,
yes. So given it's done 50 years already, you're talking another 30 to 50 years. This report talks about 2090. Obviously, it's going to be end of life before that period of time.
Oh,
yeah. So raising half a metre, in theory, if you use the 130 mil and the 600 and fill, it gets us out to 2069, which is about 100 years old. It's end of life barrage, possibly. I mean, if the Romans had built it, it may last longer.
Good answer there, Martin. But yeah, again, there's engineering checks and maintenance that occurs on the facility on ongoing basis. So that may project the life of that facility as well. Thanks, Councillor Latcham. They're all good questions and one that the public would be asking in that case as well. So, Councillor, you're right. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, just going back to a comment that you made earlier with regards to that stability issue that's been identified in the preparatory works around the raising of the barrage, can I just ask for clarity? Is that stability issue something that is there now and regardless of whether or not we raise the barrage? And is that something that is, by raising the barrage, it's a double win because we get to rectify that now before it becomes an issue?
It's a very good question, Councillor Kirkland. Under current design standards, the issue, it's very borderline. So the issue is there now. And it's one of I don't know if you'll recall the slides from the levy presentation earlier, but it's a sliding issue. So they're sort of saying the interface between the bottom of the barrage, the concrete, and the bedrock underneath may not be sufficient under current design standards to withstand a sliding movement. But it's only really right at the borderline of the factor of safety that they adopt these days. My recommendation, being an engineer, would probably go to jail if I didn't recommend this, would be we would address this issue now, even if the barrage raising didn't happen. I think that would be a smart thing for council to do. It's a critical piece of infrastructure. It's not a risk I think council should take lightly. So I would suggest that you would do it nevertheless.
Thank you for that answer. So that's really good to know. And I expect, just to add further to that, that you're talking climate and the changes and the increased frequency of events would exacerbate that particular issue, I would assume, but please, happy for you to correct me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of aspects, not only sea level rise, but also the hotter, drier environment may increase your consumption. It will also most likely change the flow regimes. They're predicting longer droughts and those sorts of things, so that makes sense to have more security or more storage there for when it does come through. And yeah, typically floods from memory, there was, when they do come, they were to be a little more severe from memory. I'd have to go back and check that part of it. But, yeah.
So within the, thinking through you, Ms Mayor, if I may continue, just in what we're doing here, when we do put together the technical studies, is that actual addressing that issue, is it priced out or addressed as a separate, but within the whole presentation, just in the event that the barrage raising the barrage didn't happen, so that's ready, set, go to do that separately?
We could certainly make it that way. I haven't seen the detailed design estimate yet. It hasn't come through, but well, I would expect that aspect of the work would be easily or readily identifiable out of the rest of the project. And certainly the design itself, there will be plans and specifications that deal purely with the geotechnical stability issue.
Okay, thank you. There are no further questions on that one, Martin. Councillor Kirkland, would you like to move as a portfolio? Move Councillor Kirkland. We have a seconder, Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Martin. Councillors, no notice of motion, no questions on notice, no urgent business. We have an item to be dealt with in closed session. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fisher.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there was a couple of questions there I was going to ask Peter, if possible. Firstly, there where things are at with the small drainage projects, that list of about 30 projects that was put up a couple of years ago. I have to admit I'm getting quite a lot of comment from some of the residents, just seeing where we are at.
Yeah, Councillor Fisher, that one might be able to come offline. I think we're probably trying to keep the questions urgent. If they're urgent questions, then we might try to just being conscious of the time. If that question can come through to Peter. Peter, you can answer that one now, but...
I'll just answer it now. I've talked with Martin, and the plan is to put an update with a report on stormwater, minor stormwater, to the next committee.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Did you have another question?
Mr. Mayor, what I might do is touch base with Peter later today while I'm driving.
Yeah, okay, that'd be good, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, we have a item to be dealt with in closed business. And we need to move into closed business and recommended the close of meeting to the public to discuss the following items considered confidential in accordance with 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated. Recycle processing service contract update. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that, please? Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. And that we move that the meeting now proceeds to move into closed session and be closed to the public. Can I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that? Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll close the doors.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
And councillors, could I seek a mover and a seconder with, oh, sorry, I'll just wait for the, good to go? Councillor Fisher. Councillors, I'll seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation that the recyclable processing service contract update be report. Councillor Fisher, you got a question?
No, Mr Mayor, just happy to second Councillor Latcham.
Yep, I've got Councillor Latcham as the mover and seconded Councillor Fisher that the Rockhampton Recycling Processing Service Contract Update Report be received. Councillors, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor, there be no further business for the Infrastructure Committee meeting. I'll close the meeting. We've got 15 minutes.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Secretary. Okay, thank you, councillors, and welcome to the community's meeting for the 19th of April 2022. I note we have no leaves of absence. Councillor Fisher on the line. I'd firstly like to open the meeting in acknowledgement to country. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to the elders past and present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra and Yeddamarala people, and also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose lands are in the Torres Straits but who live and work on Aboriginal land. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Wixon is just joining us right now, so thank you. So we might move on to item 4, the confirmation of the previous minutes. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with the accuracy of those minutes from the previous committee meeting? Move Councillor Smith. I have a seconder, Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 5, any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, haven't had any recorded, but if you note something there as we go through the agenda, please raise that or bring it to our attention. We can deal with it at that time. Business outstanding nils. We'll move on to item 7, the public forums deputations nil. Item 8, officers report. 8.1, the donation to the RSPCA operation wanted 2022. John, thank you. I think you had it the first time, I think. There you go, that's it.
Yep. Good morning, councillors, to the Chair, Mayor. We are seeking to, I guess, give a donation again this year to the RSPCA's Operation Wanted. It's the 8th year we'll be partnering with them. The partnership is obviously in relation to a desexing scheme that allows the community members within Rockhampton to gain a 20% discount on desexing during the months from August till, for 3 months from August, August till December, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point in time, we're just seeking council's endorsement to give a $5,000 donation towards the program and partner with RSPCA once again.
No, thanks very much, John. Fantastic proposal, and one that council's been involved in for a while, but it's has a greater outcome at the end of the day if we continue to support that. So, Councillor Mathers, would you like to move as the chair?
I certainly would like to move.
Oh, question, sorry, yep. Just your mic, Councillor Smith.
Sorry. But the problem we have sometimes with dogs, I reckon 50,000 would be more like the amount we should be donating. What say we get a big influx of animals, people wanting their animals desexed, and that 5,000 isn't enough? What happens then? I don't think it's ever happened before, but obviously the 150 animals at $33.33 makes up that $5,000.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so what say, we get 250 animals, and our contribution would be a lot less.
A waiting list or another list that they know could go on?
To the Chair, it's an RSPCA run program, so we just donate towards them and then they pay for the desexings across the entire state. So we just partner with the RSPCA to fund or assist in funding their program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
It just seems like a small amount for the obvious benefit to the community.
Mm.
Yeah, just through the chair though, if there was a massive increase or anything like that, there's nothing to stop that organisation coming back or then using that as a foundation for a larger donation next year. So it's something that they report back on in terms of numbers, John?
Through the Chair, so yes, that's the amount they request as a donation towards the program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Alicia. Councillor Mathers?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I was just going to say there's also that program of Paul's program, which the microchipping and vaccinations and that they do as well. So there are a couple of people that are doing similar things. Yeah, correct, yeah.
Okay. So, happy to move Councillor Mathers. Second, Councillor Smith. Yep. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
8.2, the Flying Fox Management Plan and work to date. Karen, you got that one?
Good
Thanks very
afternoon.
much, Karen.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So today I guess I've got a two-part presentation. The first one is to update you on the planned works to the Flying Fox Roost located at the Botanic Gardens, and second was to provide the draft Flying Fox Roost management plan. With the Parks team, over the past few weeks we've been planning the management activities when there was a window of opportunity to undertake them, given that we've had dependent black flying fox young at the roost over the summer. And that window seems to be as we're currently speaking. So the first stage of this management is currently underway, started on Monday night, just nudging the flying foxes away from the kiosk and the cenotaph area in preparation for Anzac Day. This operation is not designed for the flying foxes to leave the roost, rather to move towards the lagoon area. A second, more intensive dispersal program is currently being planned for mid-May with our contractors, but that depends on the makeup of the flying fox population in the roost at that time. We did have some pregnant little red flying foxes come into the roost approximately 3 weeks ago. They have, at last reports, moved on, probably north to give birth, so that is promising for us to be able to do those activities come May. And attached to this report is also the draft Flying Fox Roost Management Plan that was developed with the Round 1 Flying Fox funding from the state government. We applied for Round 2 with tree trimming and the additional deterrence post the influx of little red flying foxes last year. Some of that work is already underway with the bamboo area already trimmed, and we recently applied for Round 3 of the same funding to assist with dispersal costs. The outcome of that funding is still unknown.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Any questions to the report? Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a comment on the report. I noticed they refer to Rockhampton Botanic Gardens as RGB, and I remember at a workshop when we were talking about the master plan for the Botanic Gardens and Zoo, it was strongly recommended never to use acronyms for the Rockhampton Botanic Gardens. So it's just interesting that it comes up in a report on the first instance we talk about Rockhampton Botanic Gardens, but it's just a comment.
Yeah, no worries, thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I read the report, thought, well, okay, we're making some headway, but every time I go for a walk through the Botanic Gardens, I actually see the heritage value of the Botanic Gardens becoming more and more damaged by the infestation of the flying fox. And I've always been someone there that's been sort of prepared to sort of give to allow for the good that flying foxes do. But I just believe that we've almost at a point there that we've got a 150-year asset that is getting destroyed by just way too many flying fox in that one area. It was never like that, but I sort of think, you know, we've got this program, but tree trimming, I look at Mackenzie Park in Dingo, and they've lost their heart and soul in Dingo now, or not Dingo, Jeringa, by what they've had to do to disperse the flying fox. I just think there that we need to be sort of starting to sort of look at what is the value of the heritage of the Rockhampton Botanic Gardens as to the value of the infestation of these flying foxes now.
You got a problem? Have you got an answer for us?
Oh, I'd probably get shot, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, they're protected. That's the trouble. It's a difficult.
View, but I think it's sort of something we need to take up at a higher level with the authorities at the state government. This is not just about preserving flying fox in a mangrove area or as a sort of just an isolated park. This is actually probably one of the most significant botanic gardens on the east coast of Australia, and it is getting damaged.
Thank you. Councillor, I'm not sure, I think Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had a number of questions around the report. Awesome information, clearly a huge report. A lot of work's gone into that, so congratulations to everybody that had something to do with pulling that together. I did want to know whether there was quantified within the report how many of the Botanical Gardens trees were actually at risk as a result of the colonies. Was that identified specifically? Couldn't find it.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't believe it was. It's not something I recall in the report.
It's just echoing what Councillor Fisher has just brought to everyone's awareness, is the significance of those trees, and there has to be that balance. Throughout the report, it goes over a number of times talking about the level of success or no success with dispersal attempts. It's very rare that they're seeing results with those, and the amount of money that gets poured into dispersal attempts and that sort of thing. It came to me that it's something that we're going to have to learn to live with, was more of the impression that I was getting than any hope that we might have of actually moving them away. The barriers, certainly setting up those zones for them, is that something that you're looking at pursuing more so than the dispersal?
So through the chair, the dispersal in May is going to potentially, we've got a permit application in with the department at the moment, have some additional deterrents. One is ascent. We want to trial that in our high-risk areas, so near the kindergarten, near the zoo, and around a couple of trees around the back of the kiosk to see how it goes. We're not wanting to put that through the whole roost because we could splinter the roost wherever it goes. So we wanted to sort of start on the edges at our, I guess, what we consider our high conflict areas, especially near the kindergarten and the zoo, see if it works, and then work our way in. The other thing that we're looking at is potentially, as you said, a dispersal may not work, but if we can keep them away from the kiosk area. So there's some inflatable waving men that potentially could help keep them nudged away during the day. So that's the other aspect of that permit up in the approval from the department at this stage. So we're trying to look at all sorts of actions and options, I guess, in conjunction with dispersal. Dispersal's controversial and it doesn't always work. We did have success the first time we dispersed from the Botanic Gardens, and the second time we did not.
May I ask how much the council has spent so far on dispersal attempts? Have you got a figure as to what's been spent already?
Through the chair, I don't have the figure for you because it's a figure that's from Parks. I can find out and send it to the council.
I'd take that question on notice through the chair.
And the grant funding, how much have you received in grant funding? There's a $2 million grant application process.
Through the chair, I do know the grant funding. So it was about $20,000 to do the Flying Fox management plan, and I think we received about between 40 and 45,000 for the additional works that were the tree trimming and that. So between the two rounds, approximately 60,000 we've received for the first two rounds, and we'll wait and see on the third.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great if we could get that. Those figures. And in the report there on the EcoShore report, page 19, there's a reference there about there being 50,000 of the LR flying foxes.
Yes.
But prior to that, it said in January there were just 500.
Yep.
So was that a typo, or was the fact that between January and I think this report was February, that 50,000 came to roost?
So through the chair, the little red flying foxes are nomadic and do come in large numbers, so it's quite conceivable that it went from 500 to 50,000 within a few weeks. They will stay here for 6 to 8 weeks and then move on. So, I would believe that the report's not a typo, and they did see 50,000 there. It's not. We've definitely seen close to that over the time at the Rockhampton Botanic Gardens.
Okay, thank you, and I'll have more after.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I echo totally everything that Councillor Fisher has said, acknowledging that this is a problem because they're protected. My question, however, is have we formally written to the different departments of state government to let them know that the damage they're doing to a heritage listed area?
Through the Chair, I don't believe we've provided a formal letter at this stage. We definitely have made it a key point in the funding applications we've submitted, but I don't believe that any specific letter has been provided to the department.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I really think we should formally advise them of what's happening. If we, if this was to blow up and, go public, they could very easily turn around and say, well, we were never advised. So I think the very first thing we need to do is formally advise them that we have, and
Just got an, Anne, would you like to just get a speaker? We'll just get a microphone first.
One option might be when we actually come to report on the grant funding that we've received, that we do highlight, I guess, the impact of some of these measures have or haven't had, and the implications that they do have for heritage, I guess, value within the Botanic Gardens. So that is one avenue, and that would definitely be one that would probably get looked at within the department. I don't know what they do internally within their reporting, but that is one avenue that we have in terms of, making that point, getting that point across.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we should just write to everyone we possibly can think of.
Minister and anyone there that's
to get that message out there, because the damage, and it's not just the damage to the Botanic Gardens, it's the risk that the airport is under as well. And the reason I say this is that when crocodiles are protected, when a crocodile moves into a human inhabited area, national parks come in and relocate them. So I think this is a very similar type of situation. I certainly don't want anything to happen to the flying foxes, but we need to, this is a really very, very special environment that they're destroying, and I'm not sure the tree trimming is the answer, because to date all that's done is push them further up the Botanic Gardens and into the Kindy area, and significantly impacted our big trees. And I think if we start trimming those beautiful banyan figs, we will have lost so much character out of the gardens. It will just destroy that area.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to Karen, if that's okay. Karen, I just want to say thanks very much for all the work yourself and your team have been doing in preparing the report and getting this risk management plan ready to go, so that we can also look for some more funding and that sort of thing. So, but I also echo what Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Fisher were saying. We unfortunately, that they're a very important animal, but they're destroying a very important asset that we've got in the area, and we certainly need to do something about it. One of the questions I did want to ask is, I don't want to be negative, because, so I'll say that we had less than desirable results in 2021. I know in 2020 we succeeded. Unfortunately, they came back. So what I want to just make sure that we've got something in place in regards to, during this dispersal, if let's be positive when we do disperse them this time. I do understand that we're going to have a spotter to go around to keep an eye on if they come back, but I just want to make sure that we do have something in place other than just that. Are we going to leave the wavy men in place to, the amount of money we're spending to disperse these animals? We can't drop the ball and let them come back again, So I just want to ensure that we've got some sort of procedure in place for that.
Yeah, so through the Chair, that's the plan, is to have the dawn spotter there afterwards, and they will, I guess, move on any scouting groups as they come in to try and re-roost at the Botanic Gardens if the dispersal is successful. It's a similar plan that Cairns Regional Council uses in relation to their spectacled flying foxes up there. And it's the same contractor we're using.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. So, and I understand that's what the spotter will do, but do we have a plan in place if the spotter then all of a sudden starts seeing a number of them come back? Can we start dispersal techniques straight away, or do we have something in place to?
So through the chair, the spotter will, if they see them come in, use light and noise to immediately move them on. That's the plan. We'll just have to do our 4 monthly notifications to the state under our as a right authority to undertake that activity.
All right. Thanks very much, Karen.
4 week, sorry.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions, and it's because it's a massive report, and I just drew a few things from there. With regards to expanding on the report with regards to validating the damage that's being done by the bats with the airport, I noted that there was some information in there with regards to a US dollar example of how much the economic loss was to the region with bird strikes and bat strikes in particular. Is there a dollar value put next to our council, the council's airport loss that I think they didn't really allude to a dollar figure, they just said, the number of times that they had to bring planes down and that sort of thing to check them.
Through the chair, I can talk to the airport and see if we can get some dollar
just
figures.
The economic dollar, component adds further to the
Sorry.
argument.
Ross here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Ross.
Through the chair, we don't have a dollar figure per se from the airport's perspective. We had the bird strikes, but they're not all the bird strikes happen, not all flying fox related. There's several other species of birds as well, so we haven't been able to pinpoint a direct impost, unfortunately, and each strike is treated differently as well. Some are just reports, and an engineer may have to be flown up and then will disrupt the flight. And so it's a little bit difficult to align it direct to flying fox or bats. Yeah.
Thank you, Ross. My understanding was that for every strike, there needed to be a report to say what they hit. In fact, you go out and find what they hit, and so it would be possible to say X amount were bats and X amount then qualify then what the economic impact would be from there.
Yeah, just through the chair, the main trick is we wouldn't be able to identify what were bats or flying foxes and what were kites or machines to the other main species that seem to be a problem.
There might not be much left sometimes.
Okay.
And at times that is the case, Mr. Mayor. They don't have much left, but it's a good question though.
Thank you. I suppose this would probably be to Ross again then, because it's still airport. Does the bird strike data include private and other users of the aerodrome, or is it just commercial flights that record that sort of information? I'm just thinking, are the others recording any extra strikes?
Yep.
Ross or
Sorry,
Anne? I think Anne's got her hand up there. Ross, Anne?
Sorry,
I'm not sure.
I'll just jump in really quickly because the last application actually did draw on some airport information, the application that we have for funding for the third round under this program. While there are numbers for strikes, there's also information about delays that are caused. So it's not just a strike. So there are a number of things. At the time of the application, I was only able to get information about the number. Extrapolating what that is in terms of dollars can be tricky. So and I tried to find even some just general formulas for things, and it was very, very difficult to find that. But we do have information, as far as I'm aware, on the number of strikes and the number of delays caused by that. So yes.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed further on in the report there's talk of potentially going and for individual properties that are potentially affected by bat droppings and that sort of thing, and the health component, if they've got swimming pools and water tanks and all that sort of thing. There's talk about environment grants might be available to help them to do activities to reduce or manage that issue. My question would be, is that something that comes from government or like other levels of government, or is that
I'm not
back
sure
to
whether
local
that's
council?
possible, councillor. I've got damage from my place. They go in the trees, they
Yeah.
go all over our community. It's hard to say that they can stop it messing in a pool and that. I think it's a difficult one to...
That would be a can of worms, I would have
Oh.
thought.
Yeah.
So through the chair, that might be some sort of program they're recommending for council to have as a grant environmental program where we can assist people with those sorts of impacts.
That was how I read that component of the report, is that was the suggestion, how
Is it-
we could use that to mitigate the damage.
So these
Through
are
the
their
chair,
recommendations.
excuse me, through the chair, we have done small aspects of that previously in Cabra and Westwood, just providing drinking water, bottled drinking water, or cleaning some roofs or refilling rainwater tanks after the influxes of little red flying foxes in those communities in past years. But the Rockhampton has reticulated water supply, which is, I guess, a different like kettle of fish, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, I suppose the reason I brought that up was that I would be concerned that would open a can of worms in regards to us looking at funding those types of mitigation things in private sector around that. Again, that's just another cost involved, isn't it? Another expense, not just the trees, but other things there.
So through the chair, I guess it's one of the options we have. We can, leave them there and then compensate the community is one of the options that the report's saying is a potential option of a wide range of options that they have.
I read that there, and then I actually had that circled. If these bats can travel 500 kilometres over 2 days, where do you draw the boundary on that?
Yeah.
Where do you draw the boundary on that?
outside of our council boundaries. I imagine, councillor, if it was ratepayers' money that you were using to do something, you wouldn't do it outside of our boundary, I tell you that. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I suppose my question's been answered, but if we're, going to nudge them and they get all upset and everything, and is that going to concern the airport? Because, they can be up there circling for hours before they decide where they're going of an afternoon. I've only ever watched one fly out, but and the other comment was don't nudge them west because we don't want them back at Cabra and Westwood.
They've got to go somewhere, councillor. You can't move them all around. They could go anywhere. Potentially there, you could end up with them.
Yeah, so through the chair, we're in constant contact with the airport. I think twice daily at the moment. We're letting them know when we start nudging and when we cease it. The fly out shouldn't have a great impact because we're doing it immediately before they fly out. So it's sort of just giving them that deterrent to say, this isn't a nice place to live. It's not lifting them up particularly earlier in the afternoon. Fly in, they're already coming in streams and feeding around the Botanic Gardens before they roost. But the airport is well aware and they are keen to see us work on the flying foxes. So they're happy to work with us in the short term on this issue. And as the Mayor said, we don't know where they're going to go if they go.
Okay, councillor, I think we've exhausted all the questions on flying fox management. So can we seek a mover and a seconder with that update? Move councillor Mathers, seconded. Councillor Latcham. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Just councillor Rutherford, with the question for the letter, Evan, we won't need a resolution on that. We should just be able to write that to the minister to inform the heritage concerns around the airport, around the Botanic Gardens, and also the impact to the airport as well. Councillor Fisher, you're on that? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was just going to ask whether we needed to do that in a separate resolution.
I think we take that as a given, councillor. I think it's one we need to do anyway.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll leave the meeting now.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Fisher. Safe travels. Thanks, officers. We'll move on to our next item, item 8.3, drainage at the South Rockhampton Cemetery.
Mr Mayor, I've just asked Emma Jane to give Councillor a bit of an update on this project. So this was one that we had in budget this for the current year, but it's sort of currently on hold because the design of it and the costing of it is more than what we have in budget. So this is just a report, and then we will increase our budget bid for the budget that we're going into. So just so you're familiar with the project, and I'll Hopefully, Emma Jane, you have met all of the councillors. No, how did that slip through? So everyone, please, this is Emma Jane Dwyer, who is our new manager of facilities. When I say new, she's been here for 4 months. Yep, well and truly settled in. So I'll hand over to you, Emma Jane, and if you press your button on the microphone, that'll come up. Thank you.
Yep, so South Rocky Cemetery is Rockhampton's oldest cemetery, and it was entered into the State Heritage Register in 1993. Yep, sorry. So there is a major drainage feature that runs through that cemetery that at the moment is causing problems, and we had a report identify that we had to do some remediation there to protect their monuments, headstones, grave surroundings in the area. So we engaged a consultancy firm who have prepared a proposal for the cemetery drainage, and the proposal is primarily we can't prevent the water from going there, but we can certainly slow it down, capture some of the water before it gets further downstream and has an impact on the information centre and the subsequent main road there. And I guess that's...
Yep. Questions? Councillor Smith?
Yes, Emma Jane, just wondering why, it's probably to the engineers, Peter's not here, we're not piping it. You know, why are we still letting it go overland? Like, we get cyclonic rain, you can get 10 inches in one night, and we've had that before. And also, with the artist's impression, it looks beautiful, but we are creating still water, and that breeds mosquitoes as well.
Yeah, so through the chair, the reason I guess it's going across the surface is because it is heritage listed, and therefore there is restrictions on what we can do on the site. We do have some older GPR, ground penetrating radar results, so we think we know where all the burial sites are at that site, but we can't be 100% certain. So the design is really as low, I guess it's as low impact as possible for that site.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions to that report? Councillor Wickerson, I'm sure you're well familiar with the cemetery and its issues.
Yes, Mr Chair. A couple of questions to MJ. I understand we've gone through the heritage approvals for a range of things. We also looked at the Sexton side, I think, as well. But could we not continue through the current, just the box drain, like I think it's stone pitch drain at the top end of the cemetery? I thought that might have been more likely to be approved because it's more of the same that's already there. And also the same consideration that to have this nice swale, and I understand the environmental reasons around that, but there's also the ongoing maintenance of that, where a stone pitch drain, you know, once it's there more or less, is a lot less maintenance. I think one of the aims is to slow the water down so you don't have that same velocity, but are there other engineering solutions, you know, little baffles across it or something, could achieve the same aim, so it's not rocketing by the time it gets down to the bottom near the information centre, but just cheaper to maintain in the long run, just wondering.
Yep, so through the chair, the design of the rocks and the plants that are used are in accordance with what would have been there when the site was first, I guess, developed into a cemetery. They are low maintenance, and they have been designed in a way that allows the mowers to mow the grass without impacting any of that area. They're also, I guess, shade resistant. And again, majority of the design has come about doing as little work as possible in terms of changing the ground. Further upstream, the culvert is being redesigned and largened to handle some of the water. But the main reason for all this work happening at the cemetery is to prevent the further downstream effects. So the culvert under the main road is undersized for the amount of water that goes into the area, and it's really about slowing it down so it doesn't break the embankment at the information centre to allow it to go under the road. But we're really restricted with what we can do in terms of our heritage exemptions.
Yep. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to know when did it come to Council's attention? Because there's some significant flooding ramifications that were revealed, which has accelerated the need for this particular project to progress. When was it first identified? I don't know the history. I'm just asking the question.
Long time.
That was going to be my response. A long time ago.
It's been kicked down the can. Can's been
So
kicked
this
down the
is
road
a
for a long
can that's
time.
been kicked down the road. Another one of those.
Another ones that we're
that
picking
we
up.
keep finding.
Yep.
Yeah. And I guess over time, because councillors, and this is for the very reason, I suppose, that I've asked Emma Jane to come and present here, so that for full awareness and to have all those questions, because it's a closed site, there's nothing further really, we're not getting any income against that, it's just a continued burden of having this heritage listed site, and it's not small money that will produce this solution. So I don't have an alternative other than to let it go and it continue to be a problem, which has been, I guess, the point, or I guess the path taken previously, but it has sort of escalated to the point that it has got a budget allocation, but then that wasn't sufficient. And so that's why I'm back here, and I wanted you to understand like the extent of the project. But I would say at least 15 years or so. It has been a regular item in budget and consideration, and it's also been coupled with the Tourist Information Centre and whether, the life of that and whether that has been, should be moved in the end and all these. So it has just been an ongoing problem for a very long time.
Okay, thank you for that. So I really liked the artist's impressions, and I would think that would enhance certainly the area overall. It would make it look aesthetically a lot more pleasing, and that would definitely go a long way to restoring the reputation of that particular area. If it's over the 15 years, would have certainly garnered a fair bit of negative conversation, I would imagine, both in the community and with tourists that go to that Tourist Information Centre, who look over the fence and can see that there's some things that need addressing. So good on you for pursuing it and bringing it to us today. Thank you.
We've got to get the money approved in budget first, Councillor, and then at that point, yes, we will get that work done.
Okay. Councillors, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that report, please? Move Councillor Kirkland, second Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on, thanks. Item 4, the Community Facilities Analysis Report. Jacinta, thank you.
Microphone, Jacinta. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report was to provide a bit of a background and an outline of a project that strategic planning are in the progress of commencing. As you would be aware, the strategy and planning team, in conjunction with council's community facilities projects team, working on a number of master planning and sporting event precincts. In addition, we're also assisting in responding to some immediate matters relating to our community facilities. Basically, a lot of these master plans are at a precipice now where we need to understand, I guess, the condition, the asset, the utilisation of our community facilities and sporting fields in order to be able to progress some of these into detailed design. So what we are looking at doing is consulting all of our, all of our sporting organisations and community organisations that utilise council-owned or controlled facilities. So that includes sporting fields, community halls, basically anything in council's asset pool. So we will be looking, to, I guess, understand utilisation, opportunities for co-use, where potential shortfalls might be, and then, I guess, being able to progress with detailed design for planning for our future and future-proofing from some of the issues that we're currently responding to. So there are a number of stages throughout this project. One of those will be consultation with clubs.
Others will be operational projects that would have already been undertaken, like the asset auditing, condition ratings. And then from that, we will be looking at what the findings show us and then being able to understand, I guess, where we want to be or what we need to be investing in now for 10, 20 years down the track.
Councillor Rutherford?
So, Mr Mayor, I did have some concerns about this one initially when we walked through it, because I was really concerned that we were doing another Spark process, and that particularly the sporting community had been through a number of these, either Spark or consultation over their facilities without us really delivering anything from the information we'd gathered. But I had further conversations with Angus as well, and this really is more operational. It's stuff that the staff are doing day to day, collecting the information. There are still gaps in the information that we hold, so it's about filling in those gaps in the stuff that the staff do from day to day, and then chatting to the sporting group. So it's all good stuff, but it's not about going out again like we did with Spark and trying to get that same information. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jacinta, but it really is about trying to fill in the gaps that we're missing at this point in time, because we did have a number of roundtable discussions not so long ago either, so there was more information gathered there. So I feel much more comfortable now than I did initially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, I think from the Spark and other consultation, there has been needs facilities by the groups out there, and that's part of that the direction to push towards a sporting precinct to be able to accommodate that. But I think this is important. I spoke with Councillor Rutherford. I think it's important that we do this work to give us a good understanding about what's needed in those locations as well, as far as what's required when you're starting to undertake that master planning phase, about what's needed in a major sporting precinct, to make sure that we're doing it correct from the start.
Yeah.
Rather building it and waiting for them to come, sort of thing. So
yeah, just to add to Councillor Rutherford's comments as well as yours, Mr Mayor, it's sort of, we do, I think not a week goes by that we don't have some request for a facility or for a sporting club, for a meeting place, for something it is, and we're very much reactive into those requests at the moment. And it's really looking about a bit of our needs analysis, not just in sporting, but also around community groups and community meeting places and those things as well. So this will just help, hopefully, help inform and make us make better decisions on that front.
Thanks, Alicia. Councillor Kirkland?
It's really nothing major, just a tiny little typo that I'm a bit thinking about. If we're going to put these things out into public, make sure we get them right, just in staffing implications there, because the sentence does read rather differently if we don't fix it. It says it's worth noting that this project will assist. I'm assuming that's what you meant to say, not that it's worth nothing. Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, that I saw that as well myself, and as soon as I saw it, went,
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Okay, thanks very much, Jacinda. I think we've answered all the questions to the report. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll move on to item 8.5, Rockhampton Botanic Gardens and Zoo Visitor Hub and Animal Operations. Now this one, yeah, threw me a bit of a curly one about the dollars involved. Yeah, I thought we were just about there with the visitor hub with the grant funding, and all of a sudden it's...
I'll just hand to Jake. I was going to do a bit of an intro, but I won't steal his thunder. I'll wait and interject later. Yep.
Thanks very much, Jacob.
No worries. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. The report before you today is really providing two main points. The first point is just to provide a bit of a summary on the outcomes of the 50% design process, and that includes showing some artist impressions or renders, which will look a little bit different from what we presented in August last year. The second part, which is probably the main crux of it, is around providing a bit of foreshadowing or forewarning around what we're seeing with the estimated capital costs to construct the project. So what I wanted to just also note, so this report is not looking for an endorsement or anything around staging or funding as of yet. It's more just to provide, this is what we've received as part of the design process, and try to preempt, I guess, that decision in a couple of weeks when we finalise the design. A second report will follow this one, which is around nominating one of the projects for grant money, but it's not the subject of this report. So if, without going into too much detail, the report itself has summarised that since August last year, we've gone through basically advancing the project scope that was defined then, and really there hasn't been any other major scope increases other than increasing the number of toilets that sit within the hub. We have gone through quite a lot of considerations with whole of life and operational elements, such as no timber, going for aluminium products and whatnot, and the report highlights a couple of other items in there as well. So some of those obviously will have a higher capital cost, but over the life of the asset, we save quite a bit of money. So we're still going through that process as part of the design, and it's likely that these dollars will change and hopefully going down because we're doing a lot of the value management at the moment. But as per what was endorsed in August last year, the Visitor Hub and the Animal Operations Centre were two different projects, and they were staged 2 years apart. For the design process, we needed to include them as one project, so power, water, sewer, all infrastructure is considered for both projects. So in a couple of weeks, when we finalise the design, we'll submit a report back to Council showing what we anticipate those costs are to do the projects as one, and then as well as if we split it and continue as two different projects, what the cost implications are for that, because obviously delivering them 2 years apart has a financial cost associated with that. And we're also cognizant that the decision around how we stage this also depends on if we're successful with grant funding, both nominations we've put forward as well as some others we may put forward between now and then. So the report was, I guess, purely an update or to provide a lot of the content for future reports around looking to nominate the Animal Operations Centre in particular for grant funding. So happy to take any further questions, but it's one that we sort of anticipated this could happen with the current market the way it is, and happy to go into more detail.
Mr Mayor, through you, I might just add to that. So casting our mind back to the level of work that was required at the gardens, and we had notionally allocated $2 million a year and hoping to attract then the council or the other levels of funding. So this is, I guess, case in point right now. If there's not sufficient funds in council's budget to complete and we are not successful with other levels of funding, then it's sort of pushed out until such time that it is. So these are the sort of future decisions for us, but acknowledging that there will be a cost associated with that, because just the close proximity of these two things, there's some real value in doing the two pieces together. But that's the future decision, but we have to continue, I guess, to lobby for other levels of government and funding, and so far we've had that success to do that. We always knew that the Administration Centre, which is now the Animal Operations Centre, which has a much nicer name, but we always knew that we would, because it's fundamentally the back office and not anything at the front, that it would struggle in terms of those funding to sort of get that funding. So this is sort of right where we're at the moment. The other aspect is that we've got another item on the agenda around the kiosk area, and it might looking at future timing of those works as well, depending on the outcome, but we'll talk about that in closed session. So,
okay.
Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Lisa. Questions, Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much, Jacob, acknowledging that, as what you've said there, Alicia, that these are, this is what's coming in the future. And I suppose just looking at those changes in costs between when this was first done and now, and that continuing escalation, cross-escalation of construction works, costings continuing to happen, it's really illustrating how quickly a price can change. That being said, that's not my question. Congratulations again. This is a massive work and it's going to be fabulous when it's eventually delivered, and we have to live within our means. Mr Mayor, I acknowledge what you're saying. This report, it says there's preliminary solar analysis identified and it says that could be incorporated. Are they incorporated in the design component now, or is that going to be something that will be additional?
Yes. So through the chair, we've allowed for, when we did the 50%, we allowed a dollar amount for solar, and now we're working through just with the roof pitching and trees and shade and the actual profile, how many panels we can get on there and what its efficiency would be. So dollars-wise, it's in there, but now as in around the exact location and placement of the panels and how much it'll generate, and then the cost saving to council, that's what we're working through at the moment.
So I'm expecting that that will alter the whole of life costs?
Correct.
So there'll be some advantage to that, I would hope. Correct?
Correct, yes.
I'm thinking that? Okay, so that'll be included when it's presented back to us.
Correct,
down the track.
Same extension with the battery as well. So that's sort of an option that's been flagged if that would add value or not. So we're doing that analysis if it does for however much it is, and then how much value it provides back to council through that.
Thanks, Jake.
Councillor Rutherford.
Jacob, I'm a little concerned. I like the designs, but I'm a little concerned about keeping them clean. And some of these things look great when they're first done, but by the time that the cobwebs and the dust and everything is growing from them, because they're either too tall to reach without, cherry pickers or the like, they're just not practical, and particularly in a gardens environment. I know that the office was built by architects to be quite outstanding, and the top of it just ended up great big cobwebs all through the frame, as is the glass, difficult to clean. So I just look at that and go, yeah, it's eye-catching, but I just don't know how we're going to be able to keep it clean, and that's a big concern to me.
Yep. So through the chair, some things we've done to manage that is obviously initially the architects proposed that as timber, so we've removed that and going with something such as aluminium. So for example, you're not going to have to get a oil, in between two of the slats to oil it. Some of the other things we're looking at is around bird nest preventative, so around stopping birds from actually perching both at the top and in between a lot of those battens as well, because then that'll create a lot of issues with bird droppings and the like. Some of the other things we've done is with the footpath, we've made sure that we can get an EWP or similar type machinery around, so we can, if the design does stay as it is, things around gurneying and etc. can be done safely, not from the ground or on ladders or harnesses. So we are, making some provisions that we can use some suitable machinery through there. But yeah, the final design we're still working through with the architects. So like I said, that was sort of the first set of images that we've received from them. And that's, we're still working through that a little bit, but happy to take on any feedback.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. Karen, can you pull up the page 149, please?
With the facade itself, that's one, I guess the architects doing their site visit and the previous work that they've done, they've come back with their interpretation of it.
Yeah.
And most of the other buildings are quite minimal with their, I guess, treatment with the facade. This multi-purpose building is probably the one where they have, I guess, done something landmark or contemporary.
Yep, so this one here, I would think that pitch on the roof and all that battening, if it's open, is probably going to cost an awful lot of money, but really is just a big maintenance headache for us. So is there a way we can maybe make it cheaper by doing something, still something nice, but something that's not going to cost us an arm and a leg to keep clean in the future?
Yeah. through the chair, it is closed. It's a closed roof, so that we are getting shade. So one thing we went through the design is making sure that where we've got footpaths or an area where, such as the entrance or those main thoroughfares, that it's all under cover. So it is shaded. There are some areas where the architects have elected for a transparent sheet, so to let some natural sunlight through.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Jacob. Just the questions I have, the funding that we've received currently and what we're able to deliver without any other funding that's external funding, and our current budget that we've got in the forecast budget, what can we deliver with that? Is that just the entry in the hub itself and the toilet amenities?
Yep.
And that's what we're working towards, but we're also applying for other external funding to help with further stage.
So the next report, Mr Mayor, deals with approval to apply for more funding to get the two pieces done together. But should, because we've also got a Building Our Regions application in for that second, or the Animal Operations Centre as well. So should none of that funding come through, we're just delivering the current commitment, which is the entrance.
And just remind me, what we have in the federal priorities for the zoo?
I think it's 2 million. Yeah, I can look that up.
Make it 5.
I think Mr Mayor, I think we did
push it out there. If these costs are changing, then why not, when there's a federal election on now, to go out there and we meet the candidates, we'll just say 5 if those costs are changing.
Yeah. So I guess just to confirm, so what was endorsed last year was, the visitor hub and amenities is first project, and then the operations building is the second. So,
but it's prudent to do all the your core infrastructure while you're doing the first stage, which makes sense.
So I will update the current ask for the advocacy
document
as of today.
Yep. Okay. Good. Okay then, Councillor, if there's no further questions to Jacob on that report, it's quite detailed and giving us a snapshot of both current, future, and possible options there. So we'll leave it at that. Councillor Rutherford, you happy to move as recommended? Could we seek a seconder, please? Councillor Wickerson, I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Jacob. We have the 8.6. And to present that report. Thanks very much, Anne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. This is just a quick run-through of a grant program that will be closing towards the end of this month, and it has some bearing on the project that Jacob's outlined. It's the Resources Community Infrastructure Fund. It's the second round. Now that fund has 2 rounds. It's the second one. The first one, we were successful in obtaining some funding for the Mount Morgan Pool. For this round, we are putting forward 2 projects. There are 2 different streams within the grant program, a major one and a minor one. The minor projects are from $100,000 to $1 million in funding available, and then the major projects are $1 million to $8 million in funding available. We've identified 2 projects to put forward, like I said, for the major stream. That will be the Rockhampton Zoo Animal Operations Centre project, as Jacob has outlined. And for the minor stream, we're putting forward the Saleyard Parks Sporting Field Lighting project. With the Rockhampton Zoo project, we have estimated project costs of $5.5 million. We're seeking funding of $4.5 million, which is 82% of the project costs. And we will be putting forward a $1 million contribution towards that. And then for the Saleyards project, we have estimated costs. We're still finalizing the costs, and as of right before the Easter break, I got a firmer estimate of costs where previously there had been $275,000 budgeted for the project, but a revised estimate is around $360,000 plus. We will have design costs, and incorporating a contingency for that brings the total closer to over $400,000 then for this project. We intend to put in a request for 80% of funding and contributing 20% of the funding for that project then too. And that's that.
Thanks very much, Ian. Councillors, good report on information there. Any questions to Ian on that one at all? I think, I think we've got to start throwing those requests out there to get as much grants as we possibly can. So, fingers crossed. And they're great projects. We just got to get the funding for them. So, we need to do that. And you're doing a great job by putting those, the detail and the information into those grant submissions, which is required. So, let's hope that they're successful. Councillors, could I seek a mover with this one? Councillor Rutherford, a seconder. Councillor Kirkland, I'll put those in favour. Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks again, Ian. That's the end of our reports. Councillors, no notice motions, no questions on notice, no business, urgent business.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure whether this is urgent or question on notice, but in that last report, it talked, in the Botanic Gardens report, it talked about $250,000 nomination for the Works for Queensland fund, and I just wondered if we could get a report on the Works for Queensland. Haven't heard anything about it for a while. You know, what money we're getting, what we've allocated.
Projects there, there's a few.
They don't seem to come to us for a decision anymore on what we're spending it on.
We've done all our, we've spent all the money that was allocated in projects, so we can get a list of the projects that are underway and happening.
If that's okay.
We can do that for you.
Yeah, that $500,000, and I'm not sure the detail of Jacob's report, but the boardwalk allocation that has been made from the Works for Queensland, that has got some capacity in it. So that was the suggestion that maybe we could use some of those funds for this project.
Oh, right. But we won't know if that amount of money's over yet, because we're only just starting it now, aren't we?
I believe we've got a contract quote. So, and there's still some contingencies in that, but that'll have to be another report to come to council to change that allocation anyway.
The variance of it,
Yeah, correct.
Yep. I'm happy to get the list of those projects that have been.
We just don't hear about it much anymore.
We haven't got any more to. It's all been spent. Yeah, we didn't get. They cut back the funding and put it over a longer period. That's what happened with the Works for Queensland. So we've allocated to those projects, but happy to get those projects to you again.
Yeah. So the projects themselves are all sitting in the major projects report that you would have had in infrastructure before. It's just that they're not works, or they may not be tagged as a Works for Queensland. That's all. Yeah.
Question, Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mayor. I think it was either last meeting or anyway, sometime recently, we looked at what facilities of council that are now redundant we're going to demolish. Then we talked about some of it about Morgan, but one that was on the list, and I support the demolition of, is the caretaker's cottage at Heritage Village. Now, some councillors might be fully aware that the volunteers aren't happy about that. They're using it for storage mostly, pardon me, but also as their makeshift lunchroom. Now, I've had a look at it some time ago, and it's not much of a lunchroom either, but so I absolutely support that we demolish that. But just asking council, can we consider maybe holding that up until we come up with an alternative? I think next budget we've got the balance of that $1 million capital money for Heritage Village, so $500,000. I think in next budget, can we look at using that and maybe leveraging off that to get maybe some more funding from another level of government or something, no rush for it, but to then build a proper and adequate volunteer centre. If we don't have volunteers actively engaged at the village, it'll fail. We rely on them to actually breathe life into the place. So to take that away now with no immediate plan to replace it with something, I think might be a little bit
I didn't realise it was being used, Councillor. I wasn't familiar with it.
So there is a transition plan, and it is dependent on other work happening prior to. So it was never the intention that it be demolished with nothing in place.
Until we've got that plan.
Yeah. So that is already part of the plan, and that was that's at the end of the schedule of the demolitions.
Yeah. And I guess that leads into the other part of our conversation, is that for some reason that type of information isn't getting through to the volunteers. And we saw this one gentleman that's been involved with the volunteers forever, a friend of mine, fairly vocal in the media. I know he's contacted the Keppel member, and indirectly she's got back to me as well about what we're doing. So if councillors aren't aware of that and the volunteers aren't, not surprisingly that they're up in arms about it, and just through good engagement, good communication. So moving forward, I think it would be beneficial if we looked at that type of engagement, how we can improve that. I know there's some going on, it's not like we're doing nothing, but how can we make that more cooperative and coordinated,
Through the chair, and I know we've had a number of debates around this, and I'm, more than happy to do more for volunteers and at the Heritage Village, but I look across the council and the same standard is applied, so I don't necessarily want one area to go ahead and everyone else to then, because volunteers are very important for the council as a whole, let alone just the Heritage Village. Councillors, you may not be aware that I've got Deb Drynan, who's the coordinator at the Heritage Village. She's on extended leave, so I think this one will have fallen through the cracks. But the other aspect in terms of the Heritage Village, we have this sort of push-pull relationship because they believe that they should be consulted on everything and want to know the goings or the intimate goings-on of the Heritage Village. As opposed to, I acknowledge that the demolition, that would have been or should have been something that had been communicated. So there's, I think whatever we give them, they will not necessarily be happy.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And probably just finally, there's a number of capital works in this budget. Can I request an update on where we're at that? I think there's the fence, looking at landscaping at the front. I know there's some work going on there, but again, comments from the community coming back, it hasn't changed much. So we're nearly at the end of the first budget, and we're going to do some work out there, and there's no signs on the ground yet. So I'm just wondering where we're at with all that, just a bit of an update. And I think, Alicia, you and I had chatted once. I think a number of councillors went to the Skilling Queenslanders for Work awards graduation, and a couple of the lead gentlemen in that organisation were very keen to look at a practical light to medium construction project, which I think would perfectly fit either the bridge down the back or the fencing or something. But they don't provide materials, but they provide the labour and the PPE. So if we can reduce costs there and put that into something else into the village, that's all the better. But we need to, again, contact them and work with them on what programs are coming up and leverage off that. That was all.
Yeah, so the problem, I suppose, with some of those is that we've got to put in a number of camps around that support for those applications. But I'll provide an update around those capital projects for Heritage Village. That's no problem.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Councillor Wickerson's and also Alicia's comments on volunteers and how important they are actually leads into what I quickly wanted to discuss after spending the weekend with Rocky Nats and seeing what a great success it was, but I also spent quite a bit of time with the volunteers and realised how important they are for all events and every aspect that we do with council. But I just didn't know whether councillors and also officers were aware that we're leading into National Volunteer Week on the 16th to 22nd of May. I was just wondering if we could have an update in regards to, does council have any plans to do anything during that week? Are we, were we going to do a thank you to our volunteers, even if it's something as simple as a sausage sizzle or something for them, just maybe where we could get them all together and say a bit of a thank you? I don't know if we normally do, but it's just something I wanted to suggest.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll provide a report back on that one. That is certainly on my radar and wanting to do something, and we've got a little budget capacity, even though it's not traditionally. So there was a bit of a history, as I understand it, around the volunteer recognition, that it was done at pre-Christmas, but then it was wrapped into the River Festival. Now that has sort of lost, or that got missed at the last River Festival, so there's certainly a call for something, but I'm yet to discuss with the Mayor and actually have that organised, but at least profiling and certainly some of our great volunteers that we have, and sort of hoping to also coordinate that with a drive so that it appeals to others to try and get them in to volunteer.
That'd be absolutely fantastic,
Yeah.
Alicia, and that's all I was asking for. It wasn't saying that we're going to spend a heap of money
No,
on it. It doesn't have to be. The volunteers don't expect to have a lot of money thrown at them. It's just a thank you, a pat on the back. They get the recognition they deserve, and also it might inspire some other people to come and throw their hat in the ring as well. So thanks very much. Could you keep us updated on that? Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, I'll certainly let you know where that lands, because Sky's got a number of ideas we've talked through. Yep.
Councillor Kirkland?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just acknowledging that we've had a few projects that have come forward with those significant escalations in projected costings, and we're all very cognizant of that. I'm just wondering whether moving forward, number one, whether Marnie's already decided that there's a percentage that's the average increase that we're seeing across the board, and whether that percentage could be then added in as an extra contingency. With every capital works project, there's the contingency that's always been there, but I expect that's been gobbled up with these escalations. So is there a need now to then...
Probably need a P75, a P85 and a P90. I think a lot of these ones, they just seem to go from, concept to, to a P50, and then all of a sudden it's a P90 and they nearly double in cost. So I'm not sure either. I just haven't, I can't put my finger on it, but
well, moving forward,
you can't put it all down to escalation in material costs and labour. I think there's just some process or some part of it there that seems to be missing. And I'm not an engineer, Evan, but there's definite problem there that we're facing going forward.
Yeah, look, I'll raise that one with Marnie, and Councillor Rutherford and I had a similar conversation last week when we were talking about the Botanic Gardens project. Certainly we don't have a history of having or making budget allocations well before design is completed. So, we have this idea, let's... And someone, I can't remember who, someone said, every project's 100,000 or every project's $1 million, and we do use those nice round figures. Having said that, it is an absolutely extraordinary time, and like in talking with the developers and all of some of the costs that they're wearing around the development, they're just they're feeling really exposed in giving prices that are quoted because of the time taken and this stream. So, and I have no doubt that they're building that into their prices, no doubt at all. So it's definitely twofold. But I'll raise that one with Marnie.
Yeah, I mean, I acknowledge that they're feeling exposed, but council also feeling very exposed in making decisions around projects that are doubling in price. That's not good budgeting. So.
Okay, councillors, no further questions there. We might move on to two items that we have to be dealt with in closed session, and in accordance with provisions of the section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, local government may resolve to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items, and that the councillors and members consider it necessary to close the meeting. And the recommendation is that we deal with items 13.1, the Sporting Precinct Planning Update, and 13.2, the Garden Tea Room Trustee Leasing. Councillors, can I seek a mover and a seconder that we deal with those items in closed session? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And move and a seconder that we move into closed session. Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put those in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Trying to share it around, councillors, so we'll go offline.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
We good to go? Councillors, yeah, the first item there, 13.1, the sports planning one, that the council received the sports precinct planning update report. I'm happy to move that. Seek a seconder. Councillor Rutherford, I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. And the 13.2, the item, the garden tea rooms trustee lease. The council undertake further discussions with the leasee for a further report to be sent to the council communities committee. Mover, Councillor Wickerson, seconder. Councillor Smith, I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimous. No, not unanimously. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to record your vote against it? No. Okay. Thank you, councillors. There be no further meeting. I'll close the meeting and thank you all for your attendance.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line.